Chapter 490. *T. King Kessel and Lord Hansen, the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and glanced at the royal guards, who were getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps it was because the king's name was shocking, or the Secret Intelligence Department's reputation was terrifying, but as the knight's voice spread, the hundreds of cavaliers under Roman's command, from the sentinels at the periphery to the awaitings inside, instantly burst into an uproar. The two members of the Secret Intelligence Department were getting closer. No, it was not just two people. Behind them, there were more than a dozen cavaliers charging over. Once Thales registered what was going on, he turned to Roman with a pale face. "Hey, young white. I mean, Williams." He shouted loudly, and his tone was full of anxiety. "Maybe I can use my identity to delay," but Roman's reaction was faster than his. "What are you panicking for?" The legendary wing rode on his white horse. His earring swayed in the wind, and he looked very heroic. He urged his hooves forward while he roared at his subordinates around him to suppress their uneasiness. "Do what you have to do." Roman approached slowly and cast Thales a glance. Thales was shocked. At that moment, the legendary wing exuded an ominous emotion. His expression was dark, as if lightning was about to strike. "You too," he said coldly from his white horse. The teenager nodded instinctively. Roman then raised his head and looked at the dozen cavaliers who were getting closer. More than 10 seconds later, the dozen members of the Secret Intelligence Department finally arrived in front of Thales and got off their horses in a familiar manner. The person in the lead with the scroll in his hand looked slightly plump. From afar, he looked rather cheerful. He wore thin clothes and a headscarf commonly seen in Western Desert, and he panted. The second person who followed him had a burning gaze. His face was tough, and his movements on the horse were calm. But for some reason, Thales felt that his upper lip and the left side of his jaw were slightly red, as if he had been stained with some sort of lipstick. The cavaliers behind them all looked different, but they all wore different clothes: merchants, mercenaries, farmers, and herdsmen. They were all different. "This is the Secret Intelligence Department?" Thales was on guard. The slightly plump man took the lead. He stepped on the sand laboriously, trying to lift the scroll in his hand higher. "This is Lord Hansen's warrant of appointment. It also has His Majesty's confirmation signature." His Western Desert accent was very strong. The calm and robust man behind him carefully sized up the teenager behind the legendary wing. Thales stared at the warrant that was said to be from the Black Prophet with a headache. He hoped that the former royal guards could run faster. After all, be it them or Quick Rope, they were not existences who were suitable to appear in the eyes of the Secret Intelligence Department. As for this place, hopefully, the gigolo and him could drag it out a little longer. Roman snorted lightly. He nimbly and elegantly got off the saddle and casually took the scroll from the fat man's hand. "So, who the F***ck are you?" Compared to his handsome appearance, Roman's tone was cold and his words were crude. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. The robust man and the slightly plump man were stunned at the same time. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department behind them also had different expressions. Williams, the chubby man, seemed to be suppressing his impatience. After he said his name, he remembered something and added his title. "Baron, my lord." Roman squinted at him. "I am one of the people from the Secret Intelligence Department stationed in the Western Desert. You can call me Gomez." The slightly plump Gomez adjusted his breathing, gritted his teeth, and gestured to the robust man behind him. "We met a few times when we were arranging this operation. Perhaps you don't remember, and this is my superior." However, Roman's next move stunned everyone, including Thales. The legendary wing calmly pulled open the warrant from the Secret Intelligence Department. He did not even look at it. Instead, he tore it in half. Gomez, his superior, and the dozen people from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. Thales arched an eyebrow and lowered his head slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. I know who you are. The legendary Wing's gaze was as cold as ice. In front of all the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, he nonchalantly continued to tear the scroll into even smaller shreds. He said coldly, "What I mean is, who the F***ck do you think you are?" The expressions of the two leaders of the Secret Intelligence Department froze. The legendary Wing tore it 4 or 5 times in a row until the warrant from the Secret Intelligence Department was shredded into countless pieces. He sneered and threw it away. You came all the way here, to order me around. The shredded warrant scattered all over the place and returned to the ground along with the gravel. What the F***ck? Thales stared at the shredded paper on the ground. His emotions were complicated. Are they so arrogant? The legendary Wing looked at the people from the Secret Intelligence Department in disdain. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department stared at the shredded paper on the ground. Their gazes at Roman were filled with hostility. There's His Majesty's signature on it. Gomez's breathing quickened when he saw the other party's disrespectful behavior. He clenched his fists, and his face trembled in anger. But just as Gomez was about to flare up, his superior pressed down on his shoulder from behind. I believe that this is Prince Thales. Thales' gaze flickered when his name was called. The man with a tough face was half a head taller than Gomez. He had a machete that was commonly seen in the desert hanging from his waist. He pulled Gomez back a step, stepped forward, and bowed. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department behind him, including Gomez, also bowed in unison. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Norb, the highest-ranking person in charge of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department in Western Desert. Norb's voice was a little rough. Although it had a Western Desert accent, Thales could understand it very well. He could also tell from his words and habits that he seemed to be from Central Territory. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Damn it. The Secret Intelligence Department. It's the Secret Intelligence Department again. And I'm the highest-ranking person in charge of Western Desert. Hello? Thales puffed out his chest and raised his head. He awkwardly tugged at some of the wounds on his body. He twisted the bruises on his face to a spot with his back to the light, and tried hard to maintain the dignity of a prince. Norb, who looked much calmer than Gomez, raised his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, welcome back. Your Highness, welcome back. It seems that my colleagues in the north have been very successful in their rescue operation. His gaze was sharp. But for the sake of the kingdom, I still have a few small questions, sh*t. What will he ask? The group of escaped prisoners from the prison of bones behind the sand dune. But just as Thales was having a headache about how to deal with the people from the Secret Intelligence Department in front of him so that they would ignore the figures that were slowly leaving in the distance, Roman held him down. Boy, go to the back. The legendary Wing rudely cut off Norb's words. Let the Lord speak. This made the expressions of the two members of the Secret Intelligence Department change again. In the past, Thales might have been displeased with Roman's tone, but this time, he was truly grateful that Roman's interruption saved him. Thales put on a sickly expression that he had just escaped from after a great deal of trouble, and he took a few steps back like a donkey going down a slope. He made Roman face Norb of the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb's expression was a little unpleasant, but he still bowed politely. Sir Williams, thank you for taking the trouble to bring the prince back. You have once again done a meritorious deed for the kingdom. Unfortunately, his politeness had probably hit a wall. If you have something to say, just say it, the legendary Wing snorted softly. If you have anything to say, just say it. Norb's expression froze. Behind him, Gomez was so angry that he furrowed his eyebrows. But at that moment, Gomez's expression changed drastically, perhaps because he saw the backs of the royal guards or the disaster swords leaving. He pointed at a group of people who were retreating on foot in the distance. He ordered the people behind him, "No, Norb, those people are leaving. Go and stop them first." The members of the Secret Intelligence Department were obviously well trained. Without waiting for Gomez to finish speaking, they pulled the reins and mounted their horses, ready to stop the people who were leaving into the distance. Thales was shocked. Damn it. It doesn't matter if it's the royal guards or the disaster swords who are discovered. I have to stop them first. But just as he was about to step forward and use his identity to stall for time, the legendary Wing suddenly waved his hand. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk, and the next second, the sound of countless horse hooves hitting the sand rose. Norb and Gomez's expressions changed, and they instinctively turned their heads. They saw Romans, hundreds of cavaliers galloping swiftly towards them like a tidal wave. Within a dozen seconds, the fierce-looking cavaliers formed a loose but not negligible circular formation that galloped back and forth. They surrounded the people from the Secret Intelligence Department from dozens of feet away. Their swords were unsheathed, and their bows were nocked. They were filled with murderous intent. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk horse hooves thundered, and smoke rose. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department were shocked and bewildered. They instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Baron. Norb looked at Roman in disbelief. The latter snorted coldly. Here, the only person who has the right to command. The legendary Wing lowered his hand and stared coldly at the people in front of him. Only me. Do you understand? Gomez was stunned. He then gritted his teeth. No, you are, but Norb held Gomez down again. He bent down and lowered his head. Sir, we have no intention of offending you, nor do we intend to interfere with your right to command. It's just about tonight's joint operation. Norb seemed to have realized something. His tone was very polite. The kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department has a few questions to ask. Roman glanced at him gently and turned to the smoking camp in the distance. Questions. So, you want to interrogate me? He asked softly. Norb forced himself to smile. No, it's just a discussion. As if he was afraid that Gomez would not believe him, Norb immediately turned around and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, get off your horses and step back. Under the hesitant and nervous gazes of his subordinates from the Secret Intelligence Department, Norb smiled and said, We just need some space and time to have a private chat with you, Your Grace. Aside from Gomez, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department looked at each other. In the end, they got off their horses, held the reins, and retreated to a safe distance. The legendary Wing's cavaliers immediately changed their formation. Dozens of them split up and stuck close to them, almost as if they were monitoring them. They waited for them to lead their horses into the distance. Norb turned his head around to look at Roman. His gaze was serious. It was as if he was waiting for something. The legendary Wing snorted. He then raised his right arm and made a gesture. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk, the sound of horse hooves changed again. The cavaliers who surrounded the group then sheathed their swords under their commander's orders, drew their bows, and slowly retreated. The clearing regained its calm, and the tense atmosphere relaxed. *CK, those people, the helpless Gomez stared at the mercenaries and royal guards who were moving further and further away. He slapped his thigh hard. Thales also breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. When he saw that the conflict had subsided, the calm Norb nodded. Your Grace, according to the original plan, we will solidify the loyalty and obedience of the Western Desert nobles during the unfortunate incident in Blade Fang's camp. We will also use the false impression that the camp is empty and there is an opportunity for us to take advantage of it. We will lure and incite the bandits who are entrenched here, capture them all in one fell swoop, and clear the western front lines. Norb stared at Roman calmly. His eyes burned. Of course, you are the key person and commander of the operation. The Secret Intelligence Department will assist you from the side. As he listened to their conversation, Thales subconsciously tugged at his parcel. I knew it. But Roman only narrowed his eyes and answered nonchalantly with a nasal voice. Aha! His expression was calm, and his posture was stern. Obviously, the legendary wing's arrogance displeased the slightly plump Gomez. But Norb was not affected at all. He continued, but after lying in ambush for half a night, aside from a few unimportant pawns, we only caught a Northland noble who insisted that he had met King Kessel and obtained diplomatic immunity at the entrance of the Prison of Bones. He sounded indignant. Thales frowned. That's LaSalle. He represents King Chapman. There is also a certain tavern owner and mercenary intermediary who have a deep relationship with us. Of course, Your Grace, we believe that after we beat up that Tampa, the mercenaries in the camp with a long history and complicated connections will know their place. Your rule will also be more stable and smooth. As Norb spoke, he observed the legendary wing's expression. He was very careful with his words, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. The tavern owner. Thales was worried again. Tampa has a close relationship with Quick Rope. If he reveals anything, but Roman still responded with a faint nasal voice. Aha! He looked very much like those portraits on canvases that were full of postures but did not move. Norb frowned slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. This time, he said seriously and cautiously, but we did not catch Steak. Steak. Thales clenched his fists. He is an important target for us to track down in the near future. He may have control over a considerable part of Shadow Shield, including their deployment at the borders of Constellation and Extet. And the secrets regarding the other higher-ups in Shadow Shield. Norb's expression was very serious, and there was indignation in his eyes. And we did not manage to catch the group of mysterious mercenaries who betrayed the Tower of Eradication and were hired by you, Your Grace. As Norb spoke, he looked suspiciously at the mercenaries in the distance, who were armed with swords and sabers, and were about to leave his sight. According to the plan, since the disaster swords have a large number of people and astonishing combat power, we must capture them immediately after we close the net. And their value is not lower than Shadow Shields. Norb stared at Roman, as if he wanted him to react. But the legendary wing only continued to stare at the smoking camp and did not reply. Gamis could not stand it anymore. He opened his mouth and continued his superior's words. Listen, our two main targets did not appear. And you did not even carry out the plan that we agreed on, so it can only be. But he did not finish speaking. I'm guessing. Once again, Norb interrupted Gamis. At the same time, he warned his subordinate with a stern gaze. Your Grace, you must have encountered an unexpected emergency that you could not inform us of in time, so you had no choice but to change the deployment of the operation. The legendary wing still did not move. But Norb's eyes were bright. He cast a glance at Thales. For some reason, such as to save the prince, you opened the secret exit that is only used during emergencies. And because of that, the target unexpectedly escaped from our net. He seemed to be pressing for an answer. Net. Thales remembered. Be it Ricky or Samuel, after the disaster swords entered the underground prison, regardless of whether they were facing Shadow Shield or Thales, their attitude was always, do not return to the surface. Thales understood something. This time, the legendary wing finally reacted. So, after you closed the net, you left the camp, and chased us here. He turned his head around and glanced at the solemn Norb and the angry Gamis. You're not too stupid. Norb exhaled through his nose, as if he was suppressing a wave of emotions. Alright, let's forget about the disaster swords, but Shadow Shield Stake, I believe that he is in your hands, right? Roman suddenly snorted, like the sunlight that broke through an iceberg. Don't worry. I've taken care of him. Norb's pupils shrank. Taken care of. The legendary wing turned around and tapped the huge skull on his left shoulder. The exquisite earring on his left ear swayed along with his movements. I coincidentally discovered that your stake was the mastermind behind the assassination of Prince Herman and the torment of Blade Fang's camp during the Bloody Year. So, I gave him the punishment he deserved. Thales and Norb moved at the same time. Punishment. Norb frowned and exchanged glances with Gamis. The legendary wing turned his body sideways and gestured at an empty space in the distance. If you want his corpse, or at least most of it, go ahead. Norb and Gamis looked in the direction he pointed and saw a headless male corpse half buried in the yellow sand. As for the other parts, I'm sorry, I want to keep them. Even though Thales had seen plenty of dead people, Stake's corpse, which was processed by Roman, was too imaginative. The area above the shoulder was a mess. It was covered in an unknown red and white liquid, and soft tissues that had been cut off, such as eyeballs. It did not look like a human, and it made Thales want to vomit. The moment they saw their target's corpse, Norb and Gamis' faces instantly turned pale. Norb even swayed. No, that's really. Gamis was in disbelief. He's dead. Norb gritted his teeth. His emotions were not any weaker than Gamis. The legendary wing snorted coldly and turned around. When you go back, tell your father and Kessel that you have taken revenge. You don't have to thank me. Thales rubbed his nose and looked away. The two people from the Secret Intelligence Department breathed rapidly. They automatically ignored the fact that the other party had called the king by his name. They only stared at Stake's corpse in a daze. It took a few seconds. They looked as if they could not accept death. Even Thales could not help but feel sorry for them. The wind blew, and the morning sun shone on the ground. But the two people from the Secret Intelligence Department turned around with ghastly pale faces, as if their mother had died. I see, Thales could tell that Norb was suppressing the displeasure and anger in his heart. Then, Your Grace, as for those sword peddlers and the people you hired to do the dirty work, were they also dealt with? The legendary wing cast Thales a mocking glance. They have the prince in their hands. So, yes, I can only let them go. Thales could only play along with Roman and put on a silly quick rope smile at the skeptical Norb. The prince, let them go. Norb clenched his fists tightly. He was indignant. But Gamis, who was behind him, could not help but shout, Impossible. Impossible, you clearly have an overwhelming number of troops, but Nob held Gomez down again, very quickly. Gamis shut his mouth in anger, but he did not hide the disgust in his eyes. Your Grace. Norb forced out the words through gritted teeth with difficulty. I know that His Majesty trusts you, and I also know that he gave you a lot of autonomy in this operation, but regarding this, imperfect capture operation. Norb stared at Stake's corpse, as if he was in great pain. I think that the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department and Lord Hansen might need an explanation from you. At that moment, Thales felt as if the temperature around him had dropped a little. Explanation. The legendary wing raised his head. His expression was dangerous. Such as. Norb pressed down on Gamis, who was fuming with rage, and panted. He panted and said, Your Grace, regardless of whether it is Shadow Shield or Disaster Sword, their value is very high, and they are of great importance. Some of them even involve the plans and operations of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department that have been carried out for months, years, or even longer. And you should not arbitrarily deal with them. You should control them and let us deal with them. This is how you should be loyal to the kingdom and His Majesty. Norb's voice faded away. The legendary wing did not move. Gamus clenched his fists tightly. Of course, now that Stake is dead, there is no turning back. When Norb saw that Thales was not moved at all, there was a hint of anxiety in his tone. He pointed into the distance. But I can see it. The disaster sword is still in sight. Thales exhaled. If Ricky and his people fall into the hands of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, then Samuel and the royal guards who have dealt with them. Norb gritted his teeth and spoke in a gentle tone. And based on what I know, the Stardust unit under your command is the best of the Light Cavaliers. They are invincible when it comes to interweaving and pursuing. They are the best in the desert when they charge and break through enemy lines, Norb said anxiously and seriously, Your Grace, as long as we can stop them, we still have a chance to make up for it. The legendary wing raised his head and looked in the direction where the disaster swords disappeared. He was silent for a few seconds. It was just a few seconds, but it made Thales extremely nervous. Finally, Roman turned around, lifted his feet, and walked forward slowly. Tell me, kid. He stared at Norb with an even sharper gaze. Are you trying to teach me? Norb was stunned. Teaching me how to do my job? Roman said arrogantly. Teach me. Norb understood something, and his face turned pale. In the next second, he took a deep breath. Of course not, Roman snorted and cut him off. That's good. He enunciated each word clearly. And now, I'm telling you, let them go. Norb froze. His clenched fists began to tremble. It was as if he was enduring something. Gamus also bit down hard on his lower lip. The legendary wing turned around and stared at Blade Fang's camp, which had been in chaos for a long time. Just do as I say. He turned around and left the two members of the kingdom's secret intelligence department behind him, who were trembling in anger. But in the next moment, just when Thales thought that everything was going to end, Roman Williams. Are you sure you want to do this? When he heard his full name, Roman froze for a moment. With his back straight, he slowly turned his head around. But unexpectedly, this time, the person who spoke was not the slightly plump Gamus, who had an indignant expression on his face. Instead, it was his superior. The calm, courteous Norb. Are you sure you want to let them go just like that? Norb glared at him, and his face was dark. Even Gamus, who was behind him, was shocked. The legendary wing furrowed his eyebrows, as if he saw something strange. Are you deaf, or are you stupid? Norb closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. No, I'm just... Gamus, who was behind him, seemed to have realized something. He pressed down on Norb's shoulder. Norb, you... In the next second, Norb opened his eyes swiftly. I've just had enough. Thales noticed that the previously calm person in charge of the western desert of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Norb, was gone. In his place was an angry man who was trembling and gritting his teeth. The legendary wing, one of the 3 marshals of Constellation. Are you really worthy of it? Just because you like to kill, like blood, and like to carve human skulls as accessories. Thales frowned when he heard this. The legendary wing seemed to be shocked by this sentence as well. He was silent for a second before he spoke slowly. Oh. The legendary wing seemed to be mulling over this sentence. What do you mean? Norb took a step forward and stared at Roman, who had an otherworldly appearance. He spoke in a resolute tone. He said firmly, what I mean is, ever since the bloody year, I've been in Western Desert for more than 10 years. Roman Williams, you're such a sissy. Aside from relying on His Majesty's leniency and negligence, you do whatever you want in Blade Fang's camp, act in a domineering manner, give up your territory, disregard orders, throw your weight around, and abuse your power. Norb's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. Have you ever done anything good? When he said this, the others in the area were shocked. Do whatever you want, act in a domineering manner, Give up your territory, disregard orders, throw your weight around, throw your weight around, throw your weight around, throw your weight around. This series of descriptions, or rather accusations, widened Thale's horizons. He suppressed the shock in his heart, frowned, and looked at the motionless legendary wing. He recalled his impression of him. It seems like there's nothing wrong with it. Gamys seemed to be terrified by his superior behind Norb. He wrapped his arms around Norb's chest and tried to drag him back. Norb, you're crazy, stop talking, but the legendary wing waved his hand to stop him. There was a rarely seen interest in his eyes. No, let him talk. Roman stared at Norb, whose face was filled with anger. He walked back slowly. I like to listen to different opinions. They are beneficial. It makes me more. The legendary wing licked his lips. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked even more mysterious and delicate. Excited. At that moment, Thale sensed that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 491. Excited. Norb slowly pushed away Gomez, who tried to stop him. Don't misunderstand. If it isn't necessary, we don't want to deal with a cold, selfish, and cold-blooded sissy like you. The legendary wing's lips curled up slightly. Norb, however, snorted coldly. Anyway, you made Blade Fang's camp a mess, and everyone felt insecure. You offended all the officials and nobles from the central government as well as the Western Desert. You made our work a mess, and we couldn't have peace. You messed up the balance between the tribes in the desert, and this isn't the first day. The legendary wing listened quietly and did not move. Thale's gaze kept moving back and forth between Norb and the legendary wing. He felt that the conflict between them had been going on for a long time. Norb paused for a moment before he slowly pointed at the smoking Blade Fang's camp, and then at Stake's corpse. But this time, it's different. Norb's voice became deep. Do you know how valuable Stake is? Do you know how many things are related to him? Do you know how important this task is to Lord Hansen? Do you know what it means to us? Do you know that this is a major case that even His Majesty personally asked the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department to do their best? Norb turned his head abruptly and stared straight at the legendary wing. Do you know how much we sacrificed to get this chance in this western desert that no one remembers? The legendary wing narrowed his eyes slightly. 18 years. When he said this, Norb seemed to have remembered something. He was silent for a moment, and his breathing quickened. It's different from your title, which was stained with blood, Williams. My people and I were punished by the Lord because of a mistake during the Bloody Year. We were demoted, and exiled to the western desert. From then on, we stayed in this remote and desolate land, and dealt with countless scumbags and criminals. His gaze was complicated, and he looked absent-minded. It's been a full 18 years. Thale's gaze shifted. Roman's posture was still elegant and unmoved. Behind him, Gomez let out a long sigh. Norb, but Norb ignored him. He only stared at the indifferent legendary wing. It's been 18 years. You've been muddle-headed, dizzy, with no future and no hope. You can only watch your subordinates, who are in the prime of their lives, grow old in frustration day after day. Do you understand what kind of torture it is? As Thales listened to his words, he was struck by a thought. He was muddle-headed and dizzy. There was no future, no hope. Dean, Duro, the royal guards, the disaster swords, and even the orc war chief, but now, it was Norb from the Secret Intelligence Department. It seemed that this piece of land had given everyone a reason to take risks out of desperation, unwilling to remain silent. Blade Fang's camp, Western Desert, Great Desert. What kind of place was this? Norb pointed at the smoking camp in the distance, then looked at Thales. Finally, after 18 years, the prince is going to return to the country. The West Wilderness is going to be reshuffled again. His Majesty is going to take this opportunity to get things done. He took a deep breath as if he was trying his best to suppress himself. We, the forgotten ones, are being remembered again. I once again have the conditions and reason to ask the Lord for a chance to turn things around. Dig out Stake, dig out Shadow Shield, dig out Ting and his lackeys. Norb looked at the headless corpse. Do you know how important this operation, which is our only hope for more than 10 years, is to us, who are far away from the center of the kingdom, far away from the Lord and His Majesty's line of sight, and how important it is for us, who are unknown and no one cares about us? Norb's face was livid. He pointed at Stake's corpse, as if he could not find any other suitable words. It's been 18 years, and you dealt with him just like that. Dealt with our only chance to turn things around in 18 years. Norb gritted his teeth. This is unacceptable. Roman only glanced sideways at Norb. He seemed to be interested. So. Norb took a step forward. So, chase them back, Williams. Norb stared at the figure in the distance, who was getting further and further away. If we chase after those people we let go, be it the disaster swords or anyone else, we might be able to find some clues and save ourselves from this failure. Make a contribution and reverse the situation. Reverse our future. Thal's heart sank. Norb seems to have made up his mind to chase after those who escaped. Otherwise. The legendary wing sneered. Norb's eyes were red, and his chest was heaving. Otherwise, legendary wing. He looked at Roman, and his tone became even more sinister. Don't forget, everything you have, your title, your army, your territory, everything you have, was given to you by His Majesty and the kingdom. The legendary wing frowned slightly. Gamus, who was behind Norb, widened his eyes. Norb said coldly, the regular soldiers of the royal family under your command, the so-called Stardust unit that traverses the desert, their supplies, equipment, warhorses, military resources, personnel, and even the Blade Fang's camp where they are stationed belong to His Majesty. But he can take it back at any time and turn you back into the worthless soldier from the western desert who has nothing. Thales, who had a premonition about something, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh no, but it was already too late for him to do anything. Norb gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. And do you know how this can be achieved? At that moment, the legendary wing's gaze changed. Norb. Gamus interrupted his superior, sucked in a deep breath, and was prepared to stop him with all his might. Norb, that's enough. Let's go back first. But the legendary wing spoke again. I said, let him speak. Roman stared at Gamus coldly. The meaning contained in his gaze terrified the latter so much that he froze. Is there a phrase you don't understand? His words seemed to have ignited a barrel of oil. Norb's gaze turned cold, and he flung Gamus' hand away. Disobeying the king's orders, sabotaging important tasks, colluding with foreign enemies, harboring evil, indulging wanted criminals, nurturing bandits to gain self-respect, colluding with others, conspiring to murder your colleagues, privately opening the prison of bones, conspiring to harm the kingdom's bloodline, endangering the interests of Constellation. Norb spoke tirelessly, and Thales cursed in his heart. This is what you did today. His abnormal actions alerted the Cavaliers and the people from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. They cast him surprised and bewildered gazes. But the legendary wing did not interrupt him. The Cavaliers under him also continued to stand in a stalemate. Norb sneered. As for the rotten things you and the scum under you have done over the past 18 years, extortion, bribery, torture, abuse, plunder, killing indiscriminately, claiming land for your own benefit, filling your own pockets, and even resorting to underhanded means on the battlefield to murder your fellow nobles, Norb glared at the legendary wing. With every word he said, Gamus' expression changed. We have long since grown tired of cleaning up after you. What? These crimes, the more Thales listened, the more shocked he became. Norb said coldly, 18 years. Every piece of evidence and every crime we have collected over the past 18 years is enough to make Renaissance Palace furious at the Baron of Blade Fang's nobles, make the nobles in Western Desert who have hated you for a long time go mad with joy, make the entire kingdom despise you, and make the illustrious you lose your reputation, and all of the above, including all of the filthy things you have done over the past few years, will be reported to the Imperial Conference, to His Majesty, and to Lord Hansen, word by word. A hint of madness appeared in Norb's eyes. Then, under pressure from many parties, he had no choice but to decide to strip you of everything. From the title of nobility to the army. From the territory to the reputation. The legendary Wing's expression became very unpleasant. Thales also had a similarly unpleasant expression. This is bad. What Norb did was no different from what I did just now. If I can do it, then Norb, then this pretty boy. Thales stared at Roman with a pale face. He watched as the man's handsome face changed. Now, Your Grace. Norb sucked in a deep breath. His voice sank, as if he had instantly released his anger back into his chest. We can either make up for everything together. Norb glared at the legendary Wing, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of flesh from his handsome face. Or we can die together. You lose your title, and I lose my future. We can rot in Blade Fang's camp, in this bottomless abyss that devours people to the bone. He said softly, time is limited. The choice is yours. The moment he finished speaking, the place became quiet again. But the people present were far from being at peace. Damn it. This was the only thought in Thales' mind, which was in a mess. A few seconds passed, but Thales felt like a long time had passed. Sir Norb, Baron Williams, in truth, I am very tired now. These messy things. He pretended to be impatient and thought about how to deal with the situation. But before he finished speaking, the legendary Wing interrupted him again. This is strange. Roman spoke softly, and there was a hidden meaning in his words. Why do all the people today think that? Do you have the right to threaten me? Thales' expression changed. The legendary Wing walked forward slowly. You are from the Secret Intelligence Department. You have met Murat, right? Norb narrowed his eyes. Thales was also slightly puzzled. Murat. The Black Prophet's figure appeared in his mind. What does it have to do with me? The legendary Wing chuckled. Do you know why that black-robed prison chief always uses a cane? Norb frowned. Because he once said something similar to me. Something similar. The legendary Wing's voice was very weak and calm. It was not even louder than the wind. But before Thales and Norb could react, the legendary Wing's hand flashed with white light. In the next second, with a dull thud, Norb fell to the ground. What followed was his pained grunt. Gamus, who had reacted, instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but Roman, who had a spear in his hand at some point of time, flung a white shadow, and Gamus was sent flying. Thales was shocked. And I. The legendary Wing's voice suddenly became loud. Back then, I was like this. His eyes were as cold as ice as he walked towards Norb, who was moaning on the ground. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, the legendary Wing lifted his leg without hesitation. Roman ended his speech coldly. I broke his leg. A crisp sound rang out. Ah! Norb hugged his right leg and screamed. When the people around them saw this, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department instinctively wanted to rush over. Sir! But Roman subordinates reacted quickly as well. They unsheathed their weapons, tightened their bowstrings, and forced the people from the Secret Intelligence Department to retreat. The stunned Thales watched this shocking scene. He could not understand it at all. Why did he? Norb's screams turned into moans. He crawled on the ground, trying to stay as far away from Roman as possible. His pained moans continued to travel. The legendary wing snorted coldly. As if he had not had his fill, he swung the white spear in his hand and walked towards Norb. Roman, no. Thales quickly spoke after he came to his senses. There are too many people watching. The legendary wing's footsteps froze. He turned around abruptly. He stared straight at Thales. The cold warning in his voice caused the prince's remaining words to be stuck in his mouth. The legendary wing snorted coldly. He turned around and walked towards Norb, who was on the ground. The white spear in his hand slowly shrank into a handgun. Now, from the Secret Intelligence Department. The legendary wing extended his long arm and grabbed Norb's collar. I want all of you to report everything I said and did today, including your broken leg, to that old bastard Murat, that son of AB *TCH, without missing a single word. Report everything to that son of AB *TCH king whose surname is Jade Star and who wears a crown on the supreme throne. Thales was shocked when he heard this. Old bastard, son of AB *TCH, did he just say? Roman's tone was so cold that it could freeze the sand around him. That's right. Not only did I kill your target, I also let your suspect go. I've also jeopardized your interests and ruined your plans. The legendary wing turned around abruptly and pointed his handgun at Thales. It made the prince jump in fright. I even injured the people you sent to monitor me and threatened to kill the heir of the kingdom. The legendary wing's gaze was terrifying. And I don't care what all of you think. I don't care what all of you think. Thales was stunned. Norb gritted his teeth. He seemed to have understood the situation. The legendary wing tightened his grip on Norb and enunciated his words clearly. Because this is my King, Blade, Fang, camp. The legendary wing let go of Norb, turned around, and whipped Gamus, who had climbed up, back to the ground. And as always, I find them an eyesore. Roman roared, as if he was burning with rage. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department around them burst into a commotion again. Then, a cavalier lashed out with his whip and whipped one of them back to the team. The legendary wing stood up slowly and looked at Norb and Gamus, who were hissing and coughing up blood while enduring the pain. Next time, they send an idiot like you to threaten me with the king, the Secret Intelligence Department, and my Blade Fang's camp, like an ignorant brat, threatening me with Blade Fang's camp. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Next time, if they want to use my territory to play some political game to balance power, the legendary wing's gaze turned cold. Just wait for me to go to Renaissance Palace to look for them. When he said this, Roman suddenly turned around and cast a glance at Thales. The teenager felt his heart palpitate again, and he could not help but take a step back. And if they are unhappy, if they have the guts, the legendary wing's face was filled with murderous intent. They will come to take away my title, take back my army, and take away my territory, with that *T Jadestar's *T warrant. They will come and kill me. The legendary wing roared. Jadestar, Thales subconsciously gulped. Damn it. He stared at the legendary wing, who was brimming with murderous intent. He is really a vassal directly under the royal family. Roman turned around and stared at Norb, who was panting on the ground. Kessel and Murat, if they don't have the guts, if they don't dare. At that moment, Roman was filled with pressure. Every word he said seemed to have been cut through the air with a blade. Let them hold it in, tuck their tails between their legs, and keep their balls between their legs, continue to hide behind the throne and the veil, obediently become cowards who are sons of cheese. Thales was incredibly shocked. He stared at the murderous Roman, and he could not believe his eyes. His attitude towards the Iron Hand King, just now, how did he successfully convince Roman? Norb panted. He endured the pain and pressed down on Gomez, who wanted to get up again. He glared, as if he could not believe it either. Listen up, Secret Intelligence Department. The legendary wing snorted coldly and sheathed the white spear behind his back. If you leak even a single word, 1, 2 words. Roman's tone was no longer cold, but his words were still sharp. I will personally go to the capital and break Murat's remaining leg, together. Once he finished speaking, he did not wait for the person on the ground to respond. He turned around and faced his subordinates. Everyone, get into position. Prepare to leave. Hundreds of cavaliers responded in a manner that sounded like an avalanche. The legendary wing got on his horse and roared his orders. These people's horses are now ours. Thank you, Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, for supporting us. Norb and Gomez, expressions changed again. Under the panicked expressions of the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, the cavaliers charged forward without hesitation and roughly snatched away their steeds. Along the way, they took down a few people who wanted to resist. Thales widened his eyes and watched with complicated emotions as Roman circled the area on his horse and gave orders to his subordinates. My apologies. The teenager approached him slowly and flashed a friendly smile at the disheveled Norb. The Baron is probably in a bad mood today. When he said this, Thales' heart sank again. Norb gasped painfully and leaned hard against Gomez's shoulder. Thank you for speaking up, Your Highness. It's just. I'm sorry that you had to see this. Norb endured the pain and stared at the legendary wing from afar. Even in the country, the royal family's rule is not always smooth sailing. Thales forced himself to smile. But before he could respond, the sound of galloping horses came from behind him. Norb's expression changed. Your Highness, Thales instinctively turned his head around and saw a flash of white light. In the next second, the prince's legs left the ground. He disappeared before Norb and Gomez. Norb watched the prince leave into the distance with a contemplative look on his face. At some point in time, all the cavaliers moved, and the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Gomez looked at the galloping horses in shock before he turned his head around. You know William's temper, Norb. The slightly plump man supported Norb. He was a little exasperated. Why did you have to do this in front of him? Why? Norb snorted softly while he frowned and inspected his leg injury. Because, Norb hissed in pain. Because I didn't do it in front of him. Gomez was stunned. What? Then who did you do it in front of? Norb did not answer him. He only narrowed his eyes and watched Thales gradually disappear from his sight. Can you feel it, Gomez? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The direction of the wind has changed. Gomez stared at the desert, which was as barren as ever. He was baffled. Wind direction. While Gomez was confused, Norb's eyes shone brightly. The chance for us to leave this place and return to the capital. It has truly arrived. In the distance, Thales felt the tremors under his but in a daze. Just now, he was so surprised that he almost summoned the sin of Hell's river, until he realized, his line of sight had left the ground, and the scenery on both sides kept retreating. He's on a horse. And I'm hugging. This is. Thales raised his head. Don't move. Hold on tight. This time, when he heard his voice, Thales instinctively moved back. But he was jolted by the galloping white horse, and he almost let go. But another hand came from the side and steadied him. In the sound of the wind, the legendary wing held the reins and said loudly above his head, Why are you trembling? Don't you know how to ride a horse? Thales froze. He suddenly realized that he was sitting sideways on the white horse in a very uncomfortable position. He was sitting on the legendary wing's bosom. And he was still hugging his waist. Okay, awkward. Thales remembered the legendary wing's performance just now. He tried his best to stabilize himself and forced a smile. No. I'm just. I can ride a horse myself. Roman did not wait for him to answer. I'll try to be steadier. In the next moment, Roman pulled the reins back a little. He patted the white horse's neck with his other hand and let out a few whistles that Thales did not understand. The white horse magically slowed down and became steadier. Thales could only laugh dryly and lower his head, pretending to be very interested in the legendary wing's clothes. Oh my god. He's with a man who just threatened to attack Renaissance Palace, ride on the same horse. So, Thales saw countless cavaliers galloping in front of them and on both sides of them. They surrounded the two of them in the middle, and they stirred up clouds of dust as they galloped. This made him feel even more awkward. He could only think of other things. It was very strange. Although the legendary wing looked murderous, his body was a little thin under his robe and light armor. And the smell in his bosom was nice. The team suddenly changed direction. Thales felt the endless jolts and soreness that he could not stop. As he faced the dust that came charging at him, Thales had to cover his mouth and nose with his hands. At this moment, a hand stretched out in front of him. Face cloth, Roman said loudly as the horses galloped. Dust-proof. Thales was stunned for a moment before he took the face cloth from Roman's hands. He realized that Roman had also covered his face. However, his amber eyes were still full of vigor. Thales sighed and tied the face cloth around his face. Behind the face cloth, Thales took a deep breath. He felt much better. You're not afraid of threats. You're not afraid of the Secret Intelligence Department, and you're not afraid of the king. The legendary wing behind him moved slightly. The white horse jolted. Thales could not care less about the awkwardness. He held Roman's waist tightly to maintain his balance. But he still asked, then just now, why did you agree to my conditions? Roman did not answer. Just when Thales thought that the conversation had failed, maybe it's because, Roman snorted coldly on the horse. He lowered his head and looked straight at Thales. There was a complicated look in his amber eyes. Roman extended his hand and straightened the face cloth on Thales' face a little. You're better looking. Thales was stunned. A second later, Thales, who felt very awkward, tilted his head in an unnatural manner and tried to hide his face in Roman's bosom. Thank goodness, the face cloth hid his face very well. The steed under his butt jolted again, and Thales was so frightened that he hugged Roman even tighter. Where are we going? This time, Roman did not answer him. Instead, the legendary wing straightened his back, drew the white spear behind him, and let it slowly grow longer. Send the signal to Felicia and Frank. Roman's voice suddenly rose as he roared angrily, that's right. He roared furiously, everyone, get ready to speed up. Before Thales could react, the horses around him responded like a tidal wave. Whoosh! The legendary wing's roar rose to the sky. We're going back to the camp. His voice seemed to have a power that could make people's hearts tremble. It passed through the rumbling horse hooves and reached everyone's ears. Even Thales could not help but feel his blood surge. Whoosh! The cavaliers responded in unison again. They were eager and eager. Soon, the cavaliers began to increase their speed. The increasingly fierce sandstorm forced Thales to close his eyes and lean against Roman's bosom. Damn it! The dull sounds of the horses' hooves hitting the sand became louder and clearer. But the legendary wing's voice was still clear and shocking. Our camp! As their speed increased, the cavaliers drew their weapons and responded in a frenzy. Whoosh! Horse hooves, sandstorm, furious roars, jolts, and countless other sounds were mixed together, and it made Thale's heart race. Is he crazy? He's bringing me along with him to war. The legendary wing spun the white spear in his hand and thrust it forward. No matter who we run into on the way, whether they are humans, mixed breeds, barren breeds, or King bloody thorn lizards. As long as they see the Stardust War flag and refuse to surrender and kneel, the legendary wing's voice grew colder by Thale's ears. There was an unprecedented sharpness and anger in his voice. In the next second, the legendary wing swung the white spear. He shouted a sentence in the orc language that had once made Thales tremble in fear. Ser Riki. The white horse leaped, and Thales nearly let go of him. He closed his eyes and held Roman's waist with all his might. He heard the soldiers' zealous and excited roars. Ser. Ser. Sar Lika. Thales listened to the roars that rose and fell against each other, and his heartbeat and blood flow gradually calmed down. A wave of fatigue that he had never felt before attacked him. So tired. Ser. Amid the endless jolts and roars that sounded like a tsunami, Thales felt his eyelids grow heavier, and his body grow lighter. Everything beside his ears seemed to have been separated by a layer of water, and it no longer stimulated his nerves. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes, and his arms relaxed. He felt as if he had fallen into water. But a powerful arm holding the reins came from the front ring. Before the teenager fell off the saddle, it held him tightly. Ser, in the midst of the roars, the dazed Thales seemed to have realized something. But before he could register what was happening, the teenager fell into the legendary wing's arms. He fell unconscious. Chapter 492. Everything seemed to be shrouded in fog. White. Hazy. Confused. He had nothing to rely on. There was only that gentle voice in his ears, as if it was very close to him. Chiron, I beg you, don't be afraid. How could this be? His heart was filled with inexplicable resentment and grief, but he had nowhere to vent it. It was as if he was losing something. I'm just. That voice was so helpless. It was so miserable. It was as if it was leaving him. I'm just living in a different world from you. When the voice faded away, he suddenly felt very empty, and his heart ached. He extended his hand in the direction of the voice. He wanted to touch her. Hug her tightly. Comfort her. Make her stay. Just when he thought that he was about to get close to her and make her stay, a ray of red light suddenly pierced through the fog. The white fog dissipated, and the haze disappeared. At that moment, it was as if blood had fallen from the sky and dyed the walls red. Everything around him became sticky, bright, crimson, and gloomy. Everything had changed. For some reason, he became nervous. It's been a long time, in the crimson blood, an unfamiliar and cold voice that was tinged with a heavy and excited tone rang in the air. It's been a long time, a suffocating feeling of heaviness came without warning, and it pressed down on him so much that he could not breathe. No, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The echo was heavy, and it echoed endlessly. It was as if a heavy war drum was beating against his heart. No, mine, that voice was excited. But he was terrified. No, mine, the blood around him became redder, darker, and deeper. It was getting closer and closer. Mine, unavoidably, the boundless color of blood climbed up his body and climbed up his senses. He could not break free, and he could not escape. No, it violently attacked his thoughts and occupied his will. It filled him with everything. No. Mine, 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 mine. Finally, when the boundless color of blood completely filled him from the inside out, the unfamiliar voice that came from afar was incomparably clear, as if it was right beside his ears, ringing out from within his body. Mine. It seemed to have shed away all the chaos and barriers. Like a volcano eruption and a tsunami, it roared out from its mouth. Blood brothers. Ah, he screamed in terror and struggled to his feet. Panic, helplessness, panic. He gasped, trying to hold on to something. At this moment, a heavy black shadow suddenly appeared above his head. It was like a ghost, black and heavy as it pressed down. It seemed to want to cover and swallow him up. The next moment, a familiar feeling appeared in his right hand. He was so nervous that he didn't even think before he pushed out his right hand towards the shadow. Paw! With a soft sound, his right hand was firmly grasped, unable to advance or retreat. Thales. A familiar hoarse voice emerged from the shadow, calling his name. Thales shuddered. Yo-yodel. The teenager panted and tried his best to separate the blood in his dream from the black shadow in front of him. He could barely make out a pair of lenses that reflected cold light. In the dim light, the strength of the shadow's grip on his arm lessened slightly. Yes. It's me. I am here, the shadow said hoarsely. It comforted Thales, who was still in a state of shock. I'm here. A gloved hand let go of Thales' wrist and patted the teenager's arm in a stiff and rusty manner to encourage him to relax. And in his dream, the blood that dyed him and the entire world was not here. The tense Thales relaxed in a daze. The JC dagger in his hand slipped, and Yodel caught it. I'm here, I'm here. The shadow repeated it clumsily. A few seconds later, it found the next word. It's okay. Thales exhaled and fell backwards. But the masked protector quickly supported his back and placed him gently on the pillow. He stared at the JC dagger in Yodel's hand, feeling rather flustered and guilty. The dagger. I'm very sorry. Thales' eyelids were half open. He felt weak all over, and his breathing was uneven. That was just a nightmare. You know, but Yodel interrupted him. I know. It's okay now. The masked protector helped Thales pull up the pillow and let him lean on it. He did not forget to tuck the teenager in. Thales, who lay back on the bed, realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. It soaked his undershirt, which had been changed at some point in time. Thales pressed on the bandage under his undershirt. His nose was filled with the smell of medicine. He sucked in a deep breath amidst the pain. Only then did he realize that they were in an unfamiliar room. It was dark, gloomy, and narrow. The room was not big. It was only a dozen steps from the head of his bed to the door. There was a small study table beside the bed. The wooden window beside the study table was tightly shut, and a few rays of light from the day peeked through the cracks of the window. There was an everlasting lamp placed on the wooden table in the distance, and it barely illuminated the room. But Thales, who was lying on the bed, narrowed his eyes. He noticed that although the bed and the study table were relatively clean, the walls of the room were dark and thick. There were even a few spider webs in the corners of the ceiling. Where is this place? Thales asked with difficulty. He felt that his throat was dry and hoarse. Blade Fang's camp. The masked protector walked to the side of the wooden table. When he returned, there was a glass of water in his hand. You slept for a day and a night. So we came back. A day and a night, was it that long? Thales gratefully took the glass of water and watered his throat, which felt as if it was burning. Yodel watched him drink water while he grabbed a bundle of rope beside the bed and pulled it gently. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The faint sound of a bell came from outside the door. The doctor said that you need to eat, Yodel explained simply under Thales' puzzled gaze. Before Thales could react, the faint sound of an argument and footsteps came from outside the door. Ring, ring, it's a bell. I swear I heard a bell ring. Felicia said that it's a man's way of waking up. Waking up a servant. No, I don't think it's haunted. All right, coward, I'll go myself. The owner of the words and footsteps was obviously in a hurry. Thales could even hear a lot of unexpected and panicked clashing sounds on the way. Bang. And the next moment, as the door was slammed open, Yodel's figure disappeared into thin air. Thales, who was leaning against the bed, narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who rushed through the door and struggled to maintain his balance in a flustered manner. This is a soldier, and his attire is a little familiar. You are? Thales put down the empty glass and asked in puzzlement. The soldier managed to maintain his balance after much difficulty. When he saw Thales, his expression changed abruptly. He was first shocked, then delighted. What the F***? You've lost your temper. You've finally lost your temper. The soldier spoke with a thick western desert accent, but he seemed to have realized something. He immediately coughed a few times and subconsciously stood at attention. Then, he switched to the standard Western Peninsula common language, which was unique to military messengers. Noble and handsome Your Highness, after seeing your temper, all of us in Blade Fang's camp will be touched to death. The smile that Thales tried hard to force froze. The rather excited soldier stared at the weak Thales on the bed, as if he was afraid that he would miss a glimpse of him. At the same time, he spoke in a stiff and mechanical manner. There's your. Is it your? Or is it your? Our. Sewing makes you shine. The soldier lowered his head every time he spoke. His expression changed back and forth as he occasionally spoke in a clumsy manner. He even stuttered from time to time. In short, we will definitely work hard to defend the borders of the kingdom, look after the desert, and control the orcs. Please do not worry, Your Majesty. Oh no, this seems to be the last part. My team and I are very honored to have you. Receive you. Thales coughed violently and interrupted the soldier's welcome speech, which was full of mistakes. All right, thank you, soldier. I understand your enthusiasm. Thales pointed weakly at the soldier's waist. You don't have to read the rest of the script. The soldier's face turned red. He awkwardly stuffed the notebook filled with words and pictures that he had raised to his waist into his belt. Our clerk in charge of writing letters died half a month ago. Are you the only one here? Thales looked outside the door and only saw a dim light. The soldier, who was feeling awkward, immediately stood at attention and replied, There's also Strange Flame and Spirit Blade. She just changed shifts, and Mystifying Eye has not arrived yet. We have to come up every half an hour to check on you, because we are afraid that you will be killed by vengeful spirits, or that Spirit Blade, who is crazy about money, will sneak into your bed and sleep with you. Thales raised an eyebrow. The soldier felt that something was wrong the moment he said those words. His expression changed. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. He forced a smile in a panic. He had nowhere to put his hands. What I mean is, noble and handsome Your Highness, we have always taken good care of you, and we love you as if you were our own son. The more he spoke, the worse it became. Thales, who was mentally exhausted, became a little more energetic after being nagged by the soldier. He sighed and reached out to stop the soldier from continuing. I remember that you are Snake Shooter, a psionic. You are, the new captain under Baron Williams' command. The soldier named Snake Shooter was slightly stunned. Then, he looked ecstatic. Ah, you remember my name. As expected of the noble and handsome Your Highness. Yes, Your Highness, please remember me. I am Snake Shooter under Sir Williams. I am loyal, and I have absolutely no criminal record of smuggling, tax evasion, or organized crime. Ever since I was recruited by the Sir, I have shed blood, sweat, and tears for the kingdom every day. Snake Shooter, who was immersed in another round of showing his loyalty, saw Thale's expression darken. He quickly coughed and returned to the topic at hand. The Baron originally wanted to capture a few beautiful prostitutes or a man's maidservants to make you happy. Ahem, I mean to serve you and warm your bed, but you know, the camp has just calmed down, so he asked the little freak. We, the glorious 3rd Commando Unit of the Stardust Unit, to take good care of you, to love you, and to make you feel comfortable. Once you come, you don't want to leave. Thales extended his hand with a headache and interrupted the long-winded speech that Snake Shooter had clearly been brewing for an entire day. Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to the Baron, and then, the prince forced himself to smile. I am a little hungry. Snake Shooter was stunned for a few seconds before he slapped his forehead. Oh, yes, food. Yes, the Baron snatched quite a lot of food from those men. Ahem, I mean, the nobles have generously donated a lot to you and the Baron. Snake Shooter spoke with a radiant expression before he rushed out of the room, leaving behind a confused Thales. Strange fire. After a series of footsteps, Snake Shooter's shout came faintly from outside the door. Send the food up. Don't sneakily. Ahem, sneakily, sneakily, check on me. More than 10 minutes later, Thales sat alone in front of the study table in the room that was closed once more. He stared at the food that Snake Shooter had just sent up. He stared at the white bread, oatmeal, goat's milk, and even honey on the plate. There was also roasted fish, chicken, pork, and quite a number of spices that could not be found in Northland. Snake Shooter said that the legendary wing seized this from the western desert nobles. Thales sighed and sent a mouthful of broth into his mouth. It tastes really good compared to the scorpions, spiders, and bloody thorn lizards. Desert God, if anyone ever tells me that the western desert nobles are located in a remote area with poor soil, turbulence, danger, poverty, and hardships, I will cut all ties with that person. As he felt his stomach fill up, Thales asked the air, so, what happened to Blade Fang's camp? He waited for a few seconds. Yodel's hoarse and indistinguishable voice traveled from the air. Williams won. Williams won. Thales bit the spoon in his mouth and tilted his eyebrows in resignation. Wow. That's really detailed. It was just like the first time they met, when Yodel answered him, "Who is my father?" His words were filled with diplomatic language. When he remembered what happened in the past, Thales could not help but smile. God, how old am I? Am I already starting to reminisce about the past? But Thales immediately thought of something, and his mood sank. What about the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Thales' question was very vague, but Yodel seemed to know what he wanted to ask. They did not have horses, and were forced to return on foot. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. So, Quick Rope, Barney Jr., Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, and Zacriel. His mood became cheerful. That was a fulfilling and interesting day, wasn't it? Thales said half-jokingly. A few seconds later, a hoarse voice traveled from the air, and there was a barely noticeable hint of amusement in it. Yes. Thales, whose appetite had increased, happily finished the food on his plate. By the way, Yodel, your injury, it's healed. Don't worry. The answer traveled from the air so quickly that Thales did not even have the chance to finish his question. But this made the prince frown. It's healed. Thales put down the half-eaten bread. My injury is healed. He remembered that a long time ago, Yodel had once blocked 3 vicious and fatal crossbow bolts for him and was heavily injured. That was how they parted. Thales no longer knew what happened after that. The prince's mission urged him to head north. He was gone for 6 years. The memories of the past and an inexplicable melancholy surged into his mind. 6 years. Thales' smile disappeared. He was silent for a while. Yodel, have you been, well, all these years? The answer in the air was still brief. I'm fine. Thales nodded slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes. He's still the same person. Silent, and a man of few words. The former masked protector. Isn't he? When he thought of this, Thales suddenly changed the topic. You know Zacriel, don't you? This time, the answer in the air only appeared after a few seconds. It was filled with an inexplicable emotion. A long time ago. Thales frowned. His tone was filled with worry. He said that your mask is one of the secret treasures of the royal family. The room was very quiet. There was no answer. Thales took a deep breath. He turned his head around and looked at the dark and narrow room. He still did not see any signs of a living person. When Yodel did not reply, Thales could only sigh and ask. He also said that there's a price to pay for using that amazing mask. There was another few seconds of silence. When Thales could not help but want to speak again, the masked protector's voice traveled into his ears. It's fine. Everyone has a price to pay. His voice was still hoarse, but it was filled with an unknown, profound meaning. There was also his determination to end the conversation. He's not going to say anything. The teenager could read the meaning behind his words. But Thales was not satisfied. So, what is it? He looked at the air behind him worriedly. He felt that he looked a little silly when he shouted from a distance. There was no answer. Yodel. This time, there was a hint of urgency in Thales' tone. I'm really worried about that, but there was still only silence that answered him. Thales exhaled in resignation. I saw it. The teenager frowned and stared at the air. He was displeased and worried. When Ricky tried to take it off, you reacted as if he wanted to skin you alive. If you're really fine, then why have I never seen you take off? Thales stopped speaking hurriedly. The dark room was dead silent. There were no ripples in the shadow in the darkness. It was as calm as ever. All right. Since that's the case. Thales took a deep breath and put away his displeasure. He imitated the posture he learned in the past 6 years and became the aloof, arrogant, noble, and aloof Prince of Constellation when he faced the overbearing vassals of Dragon Cloud City. Yodel Kato, Thales said solemnly and coldly. I order you, tell me. He raised his chin and raised his voice with a stern expression. This is my order. An order from the second prince, Thales Jade Star. His voice was cold, his tone was stern, and there was no room for doubt. His response was still silence. Thales suddenly felt that the shadow in the darkness seemed to have moved. But what followed was a cold and hoarse voice. Prince Thales. It was faint and broken. Merciless and cold. I only obey His Majesty's orders. The voice faded away. At that moment, Thales felt his body turn cold. Only obey His Majesty's orders. He stared at the air in a daze. He was a little dazed. Is that so? Thales inhaled absent-mindedly and turned his head around stiffly. He no longer looked behind him. A few seconds later, all right. Thales heard himself speak unnaturally. He felt that his tongue was stiff and rusty. It was even worse than Snake Shooter just now. Of course, His Majesty's orders, he said laboriously, of course. Thales took a few deep breaths. He picked up his cutlery and started eating again. just like before. But just now, for the first time, he felt that the shadow behind him that seemed to be empty no longer gave him a sense of security. The unfamiliar yet familiar purple mask no longer gave him a sense of security. His Majesty's orders. Yes. I forgot. From the first day he saw me, he carried out His Majesty's orders. Thales suddenly thought of Saroma in Dragon Cloud City. He thought of Nicholas and Lisban, who surrounded her and seemed to serve the Archduchess and obey her orders. At that moment, he only felt gloomy and cold. The absent-minded Thales forced himself to eat a mouthful of meat or bread according to the most standard table etiquette Gines had taught him. But for some reason, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. He felt uncomfortable all over. This place is too small. It's a little stuffy. That was what he thought. Thales put down his cutlery and raised his head in annoyance. Other than the dim everlasting lamp, he only saw 3 tightly shut windows. Only faint light shone from the edges. It's so stuffy. No wonder it's so stuffy. It's so dark that I can't see the light. I don't even know what time it is. So, where is this? The legendary Wings' sweet home. When he remembered Roman's arrogant and prideful cold face, Thales' breathing froze. Damn pretty boy. Thales stood up with a straight face, intending to push open the window in front of the study table. But when he pushed it open, he was stunned. The handle of the window in front of him was nailed shut with an extra piece of wood. What's going on? Thales frowned as he looked at the nailed window. What's this? Are they afraid of someone invading? Or are they afraid that I'll escape? That's why they sealed all the entrances and exits. Are they going to trap me here? Just like a prison. When he remembered the black prison that tortured him for most of the night, Thales, who was in a bad mood, subconsciously turned his head. Yodel, but halfway through his sentence, he abruptly stopped. Damn it. The prince shut his mouth and took a few deep breaths. He did not speak again. Instead, he sat down again and picked up his cutlery again. Thales stared at the window that he could not open. His breathing began to speed up, and his already annoyed mood became worse. Damn Roman. Damn pretty boy. Thales sat for less than 5 seconds before he threw the cutlery away. He walked barefoot to the edge of the wooden platform where the everlasting lamp was placed, picked up his JC dagger, and hurriedly walked back. He stabbed the dagger into the gap between the wooden seal and the window frame, and forcefully pried it open. Asterisk bang. Asterisk perhaps it was because it had not been repaired for a long time, but the wooden board was extremely fragile. Without even using his power of eradication, he pried off a corner of the seal. Even the tip of the nail was exposed. But Thales did not stop. With a cold expression, he stood up on the chair and pried off the other corners of the seal. Does he think he can trap me like this? Thales forced himself to ignore the hunger in his stomach and pried off every corner of the seal in frustration. Damn it, dream on, but at this moment, a gray blade appeared out of thin air. It drew a beautiful arc and went straight into the wooden board. Then, it changed its direction and quickly sliced through a few of the upper corners. Asterisk shick. Asterisk with a few crisp sounds, the wooden board fell into a gloved hand and was removed steadily. Thales frowned as he watched the black figure beside him quickly and efficiently remove the seal, revealing quite a bit of light from the outside world. You can let me do it. The masked figure gently put down the wooden board. Thales snorted softly. He stepped down from the chair, threw away the dagger, and patted the dust off his palms. Is that so? The prince said sarcastically. I thought, you only obey His Majesty's orders. The masked protector did not answer. His figure rippled and disappeared into the air. The prince snorted softly. Suddenly, He used all his strength and pushed the window open with a bang. Dust flew into the air. It made Thales cough violently. Damn it, I should have put on a scarf first. Thales narrowed his eyes and tried to fan away the dust while he adapted to the sudden strong light and cold wind. Sunlight. Cold wind. The long-lost sunlight was like a tide that had found a vent. It surged through the window and filled the entire room. Illuminate everything. The bone-chilling wind was like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood. It pounced into the window hungrily and filled the entire room, blowing on everything. But the moment Thales raised his head and looked at the scenery outside the window, he was stunned. No. This place, this is, thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Alarmed, Thales turned around and grabbed his dagger. Snake Shooter's voice rose from outside the door, and he sounded terrified and uneasy. No, 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 my lord. This is the Baron's order. Even someone as honorable as you cannot. Ugh! With a muffled sound, Snake Shooter's words came to an abrupt halt. Thales tensed up. What? Someone attacked. Yodel. The young man couldn't care less about the little awkwardness he felt just now and called out softly. Don't panic. A familiar voice echoed in the air. I'm here. The long-lost sense of security and solidity instantly returned to his heart. Déjà vu. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. But before Thales could lament about how cheap and fickle he was, bang. The door to the room was violently opened. All the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. A strong figure lowered his head and stepped into the narrow room. The uninvited guest was a fully armored warrior. He gave off an aura that was not to be trifled with. He turned around and glanced at Thales. The vague sense of danger shocked the prince so much that he subconsciously raised his dagger. Who is he? The man's skin was darker, and his face was different from ordinary people. He had crisscrossed braids on his head, black tattoos on his face, and strange serrated tattoos on his neck. But Thales, who had seen both Raphael and Mickey, quickly recognized him. This is a Baron Bone Man. Thales looked at him in shock. What's going on? Baron Bone Man, here. But Yodel remained calm in the dark. Calm down. Thales could only bite the bullet and tell himself to wait. However, the seemingly dangerous Baron Bone Man only glanced at the room indifferently. His gaze did not even linger on Thales for more than a second. Then, another sharp, abrupt, and extremely unpleasant middle-aged man's voice rang out. It was accompanied by an unpleasant and gloomy smile. Don't be frightened by Gotham. The tattoo on his neck is just a tradition of the Sherilyn tribe. He has won 36 duels, that's all. Thales frowned. 36 duels in the Sherilyn tribe. The Baron Bone Man named Gotham turned around, nodded, and retreated. Thud, 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 this sound, Thales, who had heard the old crow walking with a cane and the Black Prophet walking, immediately realized that this was the sound of wood hitting the ground. But this time, the sound was more rhythmic than the old crow's, and lighter than the Black Prophet's. Ah, hee, it's been a long time since I last came here. The sharp voice rang out again with a slight western desert accent. But Thales swore that this was the most standard, complete, and articulate common language of the Western Peninsula he had ever heard since he'd entered the Great Desert. It even had the habit of speaking in Eternal Star City. There was a time when I thought that I would never come to this tiring and ominous place again. Finally, a figure limping with a cane appeared at the door of the room. The moment he stepped into the room, Thales' nervousness and attention towards Gotham was completely taken away by this newcomer. The person's cane was supported by his obviously crippled left leg. He leaned against the ground, but strangely enough, there was a long sword with a unique hilt attached to it, as if he was hoping that its owner could wield the weapon while leaning on the cane. The owner of the sharp voice held onto the door frame, tugged at his armor, and laughed sinisterly. Phew, this is really a test for my legs. He raised his head while leaning on the cane, and revealed a middle-aged face that could not be considered human. Withered, pale, and crooked. Coupled with his cold and sharp voice, as well as his sharp and intelligent eyes, it was enough to make people shudder. The moment he saw the man, Thales was shocked. The terrifying middle-aged man panted softly while he sized up Thales. In the past 6 years, the man chuckled in an unpleasant manner. His laughter was like a poisonous thorn that pierced into Thales' heart. You've really grown a lot taller. I guess the Northland barbarians have fed you well. There were a few seconds of silence. Thales stared at the middle-aged man's clothes in a daze and remembered something. The man continued to smile in a frightening manner as he waited for an answer. Finally, Thales took a deep breath. It's been a long time. The prince put away the dagger in his hand, straightened the thin clothes on his body, and said seriously, "Your Grace." The owner of the cane stared at him for a long time before he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, very good, you still remember this old bag of bones." His expression was exaggerated, making his inhuman face even more terrifying. He even clapped his hands fiercely, as if he had seen something amazing. Outside the door, the Baron Bone Man Gotham turned around coldly and knocked out Snake Shooter, who had just woken up. "Calm down," the prince thought to himself. Thales forced himself not to look at Snake Shooter's condition. Instead, he calmly looked at the guest in front of him. "Your arrival has really exceeded my expectations." The prince gently pulled the chair out and gestured to the man. Then, he sat down on the bed. "So, are you here to support me, support Baron Williams, or support Blade Fang's camp?" At that moment, the man's sharp and cold laughter died in his throat. He seemed to have understood something. The terrifying middle-aged man stared straight at Thales, who appeared to be at ease. He clicked his tongue and said, "Very good. You don't have the unique milk stink of useless nobles either. That's great. We should change our view of the Northland barbarians. Perhaps they aren't barbarians who only know how to flip tables with their fists." Thales frowned slightly. The middle-aged man snorted softly. He lifted his left leg along with his cane and staggered into the room. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk behind him, the Baron Bone Man Gotham closed the door in tacit understanding, leaving the middle-aged man and Thales in the room. "Turn this place into an airtight cage again. Calm down," Thales warned himself again as he watched the man draw closer. The middle-aged man limped towards the chair Thales pulled out for him. He spoke in a tone that was half sarcastic and half sentimental. "However, as your first stop back in the country, Williams really shouldn't have arranged for you to come here. This place is too high, too high." The middle-aged man stopped in front of the desk. He turned sideways and looked at Thales coldly, revealing the window behind him. There were also countless buildings the size of toy blocks outside the window. "It's so high that I'm worried that you might accidentally fall from here." Thales looked at the long sword on the man's cane and felt his body tense up. That was it. He was the master of the Fakenhas family, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation, who had the 4-eyed skull as their emblem. The guardian duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, the unwelcomed Cyril Fakenhas. Just like that, he stood at the highest point in Blade Fang's camp, the room on the top floor of Ghost Prince Tower. Just like your father's brother. End of this chapter. Chapter 493. Cyril Fakenhas. Persona non grata. Thales stared at the Duke of Western Desert solemnly. He stared at his face, which had become even more terrifying after 6 years because he had more wrinkles and less hair. Being a hostage for 6 years had caused Thales to develop a faint sense of alienation towards the people, things in Constellation. However, when the terrifying image of the Duke, who was like an old tree that had turned into a spirit, appeared in front of Thales again, and his sharp and ear-piercing voice echoed in the prince's ears again, all the memories of the past came back at that moment. The national conference that decided Thales' fate in Eternal Star City 6 years ago seemed to have happened just yesterday. The cold wind outside the tower blew, and it made Thales, who was wearing only a thin shirt and thin pants, shudder. The ruins are quite far from here. Thales tried hard to get rid of all distracting thoughts and looked at Fakenhas calmly. Calm down. This is Williams, the territory of the regular soldiers of the royal family. He can't possibly harm me. Think about it. What was Fakenhas' stance when the second prince appeared 6 years ago? What was his personality like? And why did he appear here? Thales' expression did not change. So, what exactly made someone as honorable as yourself come all the way to the dirty, messy, and exhausting border? Fakenhas let out a strange laugh. He moved his walking stick and closed in on Thales, inch by inch. Your Highness, you are truly a newcomer and have no time to think. The other party's terrifying and withered face slowly grew larger in front of his eyes, causing Thales to feel uncomfortable. He could not help but grip the dagger behind his waist tightly and suppress his desire to retreat. The Duke of Western Desert stopped when he was about a foot away from the prince. He was so close that Thales could see his dried skin, which seemed to be hanging on his bones, and the fine wrinkles on it. Or have you been kept in the dark since the beginning? Against the prince's expectations, Cyril, whose expression did not change, suddenly extended his hand and pulled the chair in front of the study table behind him. It dragged the chair on the floor with a long and unpleasant sound. It made Thales frown. Let me guess, your complete question should be, the Duke put on a fake smile and sat down in front of Thales' bed at ease. He pointed at the window behind him. When the nobles of the Western Desert who were sleeping in the camp were thrown off their armor, suffered heavy losses, and suffered a crushing defeat because of the unexpected ambush, from the commanding to the logistics, from the confidence to the prestige, from the field to the field, they lost everything and had nothing. When quite a number of people lost the conditions and courage to continue defending Blade Fang's camp, they retreated dejectedly and prepared to return home. When the legendary Wing returned with his royal family's regular army in glory, he stepped on the failure of the local nobles and re-entered Blade Fang's camp. Thales listened quietly to the man's narration. He looked at the buildings under the window along the man's arm. Yesterday's attack and riots had left scars in the camp, and one of the fortresses had been burned by fire. A group of soldiers had sealed off the surroundings and stopped a man who seemed to be the owner of the house. He seemed to be directing the cleanup. On the other side of the road, another alley that was not blocked by the soldiers was still bustling with people. Merchants, herdsmen, mercenaries, thieves, beggars, and prostitutes were bustling with noise and bustling with activity. The boisterous voices unique to Blade Fang's camp traveled into their ears faintly, and it was accompanied by the silver cross double-star flag that fluttered high above the camp gate. Disaster and life. Destruction and reconstruction. It was as if nothing had happened. It was just another day in Blade Fang's camp. Cyril Fakenhas' sharp voice was just like his nickname. Coupled with his intentionally forceful tone, it made people feel uneasy. What you want to ask is, under the above circumstances, Fakenhas' smile was strange. Just what is it that made a cunning person like me come to Blade Fang's camp, which is guarded by the prince and has an extraordinary significance? This is bad. Cyril's strange and unpredictable laughter, his unfathomable tone, his irrelevant answers, his evasive words, and his devastating voice and appearance gave Thales a headache, even though he was used to the Northlanders' straightforward and loud voices in Dragon Cloud City. Your Grace, I have heard of your losses, and I am deeply sorry. Thales, who had his meal interrupted, forced himself to focus and think hard. Blade Fang's camp was attacked, and Williams won. So, this was the current situation in the camp. This means that Duke Fakenhas, who holds the highest position in the entire Western Desert, rudely and violently barged into my bedroom, and his goal is. He thought about it and spoke. I did not expect it either. That was indeed an unfortunate day. Please convey my regret to your vassals. But now, I do not think that Baron Williams will be happy to see, but Fakenhas interrupted him. I heard that you liked to play chess when you were in Northland. Thales was taken aback by the abrupt words. Play chess. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert laughed sinisterly. Do you know what I find the most interesting thing about playing chess? Just when Thales was thinking about how to answer so that he could politely end the conversation and send the guest off safely, Cyril suddenly shook his left hand, and the end of his cane landed heavily on the ground. Asterisk thawed. Asterisk the long sword tied to the cane trembled. Before Thales realized that the man was just looking for a place to place his cane, he had already subconsciously held his breath and bent down, gripping the dagger behind his waist tightly. Fakenhas did not seem to notice that Thales looked as if he was about to face a formidable enemy. On the contrary, his smile faded, and he leaned forward with his hands on his knees. His skinny figure pressed down on the prince sitting on the bed. That is, there are no blind people in a chess game. Both sides of the chess game can see clearly, and understand every piece, every square, and every step. Thales adjusted his breathing with great difficulty and began to think about the man's words. Cyril, who had been staring at him, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the plate on the study table. The Duke placed the plate with rich contents firmly on his knees. He grabbed a grilled fish that looked like it had a lot of spices added to it with his bare hands. He opened his broken teeth and bit into it. He did not follow the usual dining etiquette, nor did he care that it was the prince's meal. Thales frowned again as he watched. So, let us stop pretending that we can't see the chessboard. It tastes good. It seems to be the batch that the Loudon family presented to me during the Renaissance Festival. It was fished from Shepherd's River. Cyril chewed on the bony fish in his mouth as he nodded and commented in a serious manner. Stop pretending that you can't see the chessboard. As he stared at the man's face, which had great destructive power, Thales felt a prickling discomfort crawl up his back again. Your Grace, what are you trying to say? The prince no longer bothered with pleasantries. Instead, he looked at the Duke with a solemn expression. Cyril smiled. It looked as if his ugly face had suddenly cracked. As he chewed, he raised the half-eaten grilled fish in his hand and pointed at Thales. To save a seemingly important personal guard. Cyril looked out the window and watched Blade Fang's camp after the night of chaos. His eyes shone with a rare chill. A certain chess player generously sacrificed a knight. But he did not expect that the knight was the killer. It rampaged through the formation, and in the end, it became a prime minister. It ate countless infantrymen, swordsmen, shield-bearers, knights, and even catapults. Cyril stopped eating. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. Teach me, Thales. In this chess game, between the knight and the personal guard, who does the chess player want to sacrifice, and who does he want to save? Chess game. Chess player. Knight. Personal guard. Thales had a headache. He was used to the boorish and ancient heroic Spirit Palace and the bold and heroic Northlanders. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert who beat around the bush, mocked him, and was so sarcastic that it was unpleasant made Thales very uncomfortable. In comparison, even Trent Ida, the Archduke of Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for being stingy and cunning, paled in comparison. The prince could only sigh and try his best not to look at the grilled fish in Cyril's hand, which had been bitten into pieces. I'm sorry, I'm not good at chess. It's just a hobby when I'm free. Cyril let out a strange laugh. His ugly and withered face rippled. Ha, you don't care. He leaned forward again and pointed at Thales with his left hand. His tone turned cold. But you should care. The sudden change in Cyril's attitude confused Thales. But Duke Fakenhas immediately grabbed the grilled fish in his right hand and waved it in front of Thales. Just like how you don't care about this fish, I don't care about this fish either. But... Under Thales' furious expression, Cyril bit the fish's head and tore it from the grilled fish. There was a loud, crisp sound. Thales looked at the grilled fish and felt a wave of discomfort. Cyril looked at Thales coldly as he chewed. He gently shook the headless grilled fish in his hand. It should still care about itself. Thales' expression was solemn. He had faced many opponents who were in high positions, and many of them had their own unique presences, such as Lampard, who had an overbearing presence, King Kessel, who was a man of few words and kept people away, and Count Leesban, who had a profound gaze that made people feel uneasy. No matter where these people appeared, even if they were just sitting quietly in a corner of the room, it was impossible to ignore their existence. But Cyril Fakenhas seemed to be special. His face was withered, and his appearance was terrifying. His posture was almost wretched. Even when he looked at people, he maintained the posture of leaning his neck forward and squinting his eyes slightly. The first impression he gave people was a strong sense of discomfort and awkwardness. His sharp and unpleasant voice made people frown and want to ignore him. But as Cyril's movements changed, his tone fluctuated, and his gaze drifted, there would always be an inadvertent moment when this withered old man would give people a sense of danger, as if there was a blade on their backs. It was like combing through piles of straw, constantly worrying about whether their fingers would be pricked by hidden thorns the next moment. It was like a horror movie that slowly added to the atmosphere, piled up emotions, and gradually entered its climax. Like now. Thales tried hard to get rid of the shadow in his heart. He could only choose the method that Northlanders were most used to, and go straight to the point. Your Grace, I am very grateful that you came to visit me. I also know that Fakenhas has contributed a lot to my journey back to the kingdom, but believe me, I know nothing about the chess game between you and the Baron of Blade Fang's camp. I only got involved by chance, and I can do nothing about it. As for the other things, I believe, but Cyril's expression turned cold. I still remember what happened 6 years ago. The Duke put down the grilled fish and stared at Thales carefully, as if he wanted to stare Thales' soul out of his body. When you ignored your cunning fox teacher's expression during the national conference and spoke nonsense. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Cyril's words made Thales slowly remember the past. When the stubborn one-eyed dragon oppressed you, you mocked him and retaliated fiercely. When the boy from Iris Flowers ignored you, you waited for an opportunity to strike and kill him in one strike. When the short-sighted nobles disrespected you, you remembered it and returned the favor 100 times over. Your words are harsh, and you are unforgiving when you are in a favorable position. The Duke of Western Desert's expression was very interesting when he said these words. He seemed to be looking forward to it with some admiration, but he also seemed to be mocking Thales as if he was watching a good show. Thales remembered how he stood against the suzerains during the national conference when he was young. He also remembered what Gilbert said to him later. The prince sighed, and there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. At that time, I was just a child. If I offended you in any way, it was because I was young, frivolous, ignorant, and fearless. Fakenhas took over the conversation and interrupted him fiercely again. I was also a chess piece that was unwilling to be manipulated by others. At that moment, Cyril's gaze was very sharp. To break free, even if I had to face the endless stars high above me, I still dared to test my blade. There was a profound meaning to this sentence, and Thales could not help but pause for a moment. When he said this, Cyril turned his head around and spat out the fish bone that had been chewed into pieces. The way he spat out the fish bone did not seem like he was spitting it out, but more like he was chopping a very troublesome piece of firewood. I have to say, at that time, you were more to my taste, more. The Duke turned his head around and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and hands. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Cuter. Thales sucked in a deep breath. He could vaguely understand what the Duke was trying to say. So, he did not want to listen to it anymore. But look at you now. Cyril looked at him in a mocking manner. He sized him up as if he was sizing up a prostitute who served wine at a banquet. Gentle, polite, and sanctimonious. You sheathed your blade, kept your poisonous fangs in your mouth, and hid your sharp claws in your palms. The Duke of Western Desert's sharp voice filled the room. Isn't it a pity? Thales lifted his gaze and looked straight at Cyril. He was no longer interested in playing with this strange old man who always spoke in a sarcastic manner even though he obviously had a high position of power. Perhaps this is the right thing to do. My teacher told me before, the prince said in a deep voice. Wise men rarely argue eloquently. Unfortunately, he never managed to do so. Thales sighed in his heart. The second prince's tone was calm, and there was a hint of firm rejection in it. And I believe that we are not fools. Fakenhas laughed again. This time, his laughter was exceptionally long, to the point that even Thales, who was usually very patient, became impatient. Cyril stopped laughing and said airily, very well. Then, at least, you should not repeat Herman's mistake. Thales did not react for a moment. Who? Cyril looked around the room. He laughed strangely, and his voice sounded like a gust of chilly wind. As a diplomat, he has a graceful demeanor, perfect etiquette, eloquence, and wit. He makes all those who want to speak loudly in front of him feel ashamed and at a loss for words, so he can always use his silver tongue to gain the most benefits in negotiations. No matter who he faces. Herman. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously glanced at the corner where his luggage was piled up. His fourth uncle, Herman Jadestar's last letter was also there. Why did he mention him? Just because this is Ghost Prince Tower. When he remembered that this was the place where another Jadestar died, and that the bed he lay on might have been the one he slept on before he died, Thales felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. But at the same time, he also built a high wall in his heart. He used a polite smile and clever words to reject everything. Strangely, Cyril's expression became profound. He was a little absent-minded, and it chased away a lot of the gloom brought about by his terrifying face. Regardless of whether it was the flattery and lies of a sycophant, or the harsh advice of a friend. So, he paid the price. This sentence made Thales' attention go into overdrive. What do you mean? Paid the price? You know Prince Herman, my uncle. But Fakenhas did not answer him. The ruler of Western Desert slowly turned around and sized up the narrow room on the top floor. The legs of the chair rubbed against the floor and let out an unpleasant, muffled sound. I still remember that night. As he sized up the furnishings in the room, Cyril Fakenhas snorted softly, and no one could tell whether he was being sarcastic or sentimental. That night, Thales saw a hint of darkness in Fakenhas' terrifying eyes. When I rushed over, I only saw him lying quietly on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he could no longer speak. The alarm in the camp went off. The soldiers under the tower were panicking and at a loss. His personal guard scolded me, and the furious attendant led the regular soldiers to search for all living people within a 100-foot radius. They even cut down a few local nobles on the spot. Internal strife broke out at any moment. The regular soldiers of the royal family and the local recruits and even mercenaries who rushed over raised their weapons in a standoff. There were a few clashes, and there were countless casualties. Baron Lumen and I mediated in the middle, but the results were minimal. Everyone was tense and panicked. That night, Thales immediately realized what Fictional was talking about. Duke Cyril seemed to have ignored Thales' existence. He only slowly observed the room that once belonged to the Ghost Prince. The military depot, the supply warehouse, the prison of bones, and other places soon erupted into chaos. Just like the past few days, order in the camp collapsed, and we had no time to take care of it. In less than half an hour, beacons and signal arrows came one after another from the 5 sentry posts several miles away. The orcs and Baron Bone people were so long that the end of the line could not be seen. They mysteriously took advantage of the night and launched an unprecedented ambush. The prince's death had great implications. The regular soldiers could not suppress their hatred and only wanted to attack. The suzerains were distracted and focused on defense. The mercenaries harbored ulterior motives and only wanted to protect themselves. The generals and commanders were suspicious of each other, morale was low, and there was a traitor. We, who originally had the upper hand, only managed to defend for less than a day. Cyril turned his head and looked at the houses under the window. His gaze froze slightly. At the most critical moment, we lost contact with each other. I was struck off my mount, and half of my face was also torn off by a damned orc. Baron Lumen even sacrificed his life to cover our retreat from the camp. If it weren't for the lack of military discipline of the orcs who intercepted us and only cared about looting in a disorderly manner. Cyril's gaze was filled with mockery and disdain. He snorted and shook his head. Thales heaved a sigh and closed his eyes. But that wasn't the worst. Duke Fakenhas's expression became more and more stiff. His ugly and withered face, which made people uncomfortable, turned into an indifferent and cold expression that could not be ignored. Just as we retreated to Blessings Town and regrouped our defeated army, intending to send Herman's body and the letter requesting for reinforcements back to Eternal Star City, even more terrifying news came from Wing Fort. Even more terrifying news. Thales' heart tensed. Eternal Star City was in chaos. Renaissance Palace was in chaos. The king and the crown prince were both assassinated. Thales' breathing slowed down as he listened to Cyril's words. The capital was locked down, and communication was cut off. We lost contact with a large number of nobles and suzerains in the city. The center of Constellation was silent. Our reinforcements were nowhere in sight. Cyril turned his head around and looked at Thales. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was staring at the air behind Thales. And this was just the beginning. Urgent messages came one after another from Wing Fort. Bad news came one after another. Cyril turned his back to the light. His face looked gloomy in the cold wind. In the north, Broken Dragon Fortress fell. The second prince died. Ekstet's army pressed down on the northern territory, and they crossed the land of cliffs. They were unstoppable. In the east, the third prince died in Broken Bridge Fortress. The waterways supply he was in charge of overseeing the war stopped because it was exclusively for the north and south battlefields. In the southwest, the Duke of Star Lake died in internal strife. The Starlight Brigade, which shouldered the people's hopes, lost their leader and cut off their supplies. They fell apart and disappeared without a trace. The bleakness and coldness in the Duke's words caused the prince to shudder. It reminded him of Gilbert's narration of the Bloody Year. But Thales immediately remembered Zakriel's half-truths and the royal guard's painful confessions in the dungeon. He could not help but clench his fists. The flames of war were everywhere in Constellation. The kingdom's hope was cut off. The enemy's army was at the city gates, and the royal family was nowhere to be found. And where should Western Desert go from here? The suzerains of Western Desert held a meeting in Blessings Town, and many of them harbored ulterior motives. Some of them shut themselves in, some of them compromised and surrendered, some of them gathered troops to form an independent state, and there were also a few of them who discussed in private to support the new regime. Compared to that, the invasion of the mixed breeds and barren species, the fall of Blade Fang's camp, and the disaster at the borders of Western Desert seemed to be nothing. Cyril raised his head. The coldness on his ugly face shocked Thales. In Sunset Temple and Blessings Town, I listened to their meaningless arguments. I was heavily injured and could only be supported by others. I stood in front of Herman's body, which was covered with a thick cloth, and asked him in silence, "Old friend, pretty boy, where did the handsome face and witty eloquence you were so proud of go?" Cyril's tone was very cold, but there was a sense of loss and bleakness in it that Thales did not expect. "That is all in the past." Thales tried to comfort him, and at the same time, he ordered him to leave. "Now, we have," but Fakenhas stared at the ground with his hands on his knees. He suddenly said, "So, sometimes, I regret it." "Regret?" Thales was stunned. Cyril raised his head. His eyes sparkled, and his expression was strange. "That night, if I did not do that, what would the future hold?" Thales was a little puzzled. "Do that?" "Do what?" Cyril sneered and put the tray back on the desk. He stared at Thales again, as if he had turned back into the Duke of Western Desert who behaved strangely, laughed, and scolded angrily. "That night, if I didn't secretly let the assassins from Shadow Shield into the camp, put them in front of Herman," at that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. It was as if all the hairs on his body were standing on end. "Put the assassins from Shadow Shield, put them in," Cyril said airily, "then, what will happen in the bloody year?" Everything was still. It was as if the sin of Hell's River had taken effect again. Only the sound of the fierce wind outside the window reminded him of the passing of time. Thales was like a frozen ice sculpture. He stared at Cyril without moving. In front of him was the terrifying guardian Duke of Western Desert. Cyril Fakenhas did not smile, speak, mock, or provoke him. He only stared at Thales quietly, and he was incredibly calm. The cold wind outside the window grew stronger again, and it caused Fakenhas' robe to flutter continuously. On his robe was the symbol of the Fakenhas family skull with 4 eye sockets. It was incredibly eye-catching, and it was as ferocious as ever. It was as if it had come to life. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to put in to suppress his desire to call for Yodel or get into a fighting stance. Only God knew. After a while, Thales uttered a word in a solemn, difficult, and hostile manner. "You." Cyril leaned against the back of his chair and narrowed his eyes. "Me." His tone was calm, and his posture was calm. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Both of them were still for a few seconds. Only the sound of the wind remained. Then, Cyril put on a satisfied expression. "Very good." The Duke straightened his back. His face, which was as thin as a piece of wood, finally showed a rare shrewd and solemn expression. "We are finally talking." Chapter 494. "Tell me, child, there are so many orcs in the world." Cough, cough, cough. His uncle's voice was accompanied by heavy coughs. Even the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could not drown it out. "Which one is the most dangerous?" He lifted his gaze from the soil under the horse's hooves. "The kind that is near death." He was not in high spirits as he rode on the horse. He lagged behind his uncle's carriage by a full body length. "Yes, the kind that is near death." His uncle's weak voice seemed to have been injected with new energy. He was like his uncle when he was in his prime. He could point out the world with great vigor. Just like a sand scorpion's poisonous stinger hidden behind its tail, a venomous snake's poisonous fangs buried deep in its mouth, and a dangerous quicksand hidden underground. At that time, his uncle's back was majestic and tall. His arms were strong and powerful, and his voice was deep and sonorous. When he thought of this, he snorted, tightened his grip on his horse, and urged it forward. He sped up and arrived in front of the carriage. But his uncle was like a desert after a storm. His spirited voice returned to being dispirited and hoarse. "Then, which kind of orc is the safest?" He answered unhurriedly. "The dead kind. That's what old Scholar Mon taught you." His uncle shook his head and said, "A dead orc is a good orc. But I have to say, Cyril, the safest orc is also the kind that is near death." He was stunned for a moment. His uncle's weak voice rose and fell as the horse moved forward. "Because they are like arrows at the end of their flight, like the tail of a terrifying sandstorm, like the embers of a burnt fuel. They have a great momentum, but they have no stamina." He tightened his grip on his horse's abdomen and frowned. "This damn riddle. Old man, did you regain your masculinity last night and sleep with a priestess from Dark Knight Temple? Or worse, a male priestess?" His uncle's voice fell silent for a moment. For a moment, only the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could be heard. A few seconds later, "All right." His uncle chuckled in resignation as he coughed. "Perhaps this is why I like you." When he heard his uncle's coughing, which was worse than last week, his heart sank. He forced himself to be spirited. "Like me, if those are your last words, old man. I have to say, it sucks." He pretended to be relaxed and whistled. "Everyone who hears this will think that you are an old pervert who likes to play with his nephew." Uncle was silent for a while more. The guards on both sides continued to march forward dutifully. Their expressions did not change, as if they had not heard their conversation at all. After a long time, his uncle's resigned and weak voice rose. "Dying orcs are both dangerous and safe. So, why did the barren bone people say that the desert god is neither doomed nor forgiven?" Because calamity and pardon can change back and forth with a single thought. That's why we have to be on guard at all times. He scratched his ear helplessly. His uncle continued speaking, and he became even more solemn. "The royal relatives of the Blade Edge Hill seem to have turned over a new leaf, but it's hard to change one's nature. Sooner or later, they will make mistakes. On the surface, the fat profiteer of Dong Hai has a wide circle of friends and is kind and harmless, but he is used to changing the direction of the wind and burning the bridge after crossing it. The land of cliffs pretends to be arrogant, neutral, and selfless, but they're just a bunch of rats that rely on the natural defenses of the mountains. As for that cowardly old bastard from the South Bank, he's even more conservative than a priestess. They can't be relied on." His uncle's voice became downcast. He listened quietly for a while before he suddenly said, "Old man, you really slept with a priestess." Heavy hammering sounds came from the carriage. His uncle seemed to have choked again. Even his breathing became erratic. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. In the end, his uncle suppressed his anger and sighed. "Sigh, forget it. In comparison, old Dylan from the Northern Territory is tenacious and constantly strives to improve himself. It's a pity that their positions are too bad. Once something happens, they'll be the first to bear the brunt, and it'll be difficult for them to help." As expected, if it were my uncle in the past, hearing me joke about him like this, feeling gloomy, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the increasing amount of vegetation on both sides of the Avenue of Blessings. "You seem to have missed out on the most important thing." His uncle's breathing stopped. The carriages took a big turn. A few farmers who were driving the carriages by the side of the road shrunk their bodies in fear as they waited for the four-eyed skull flag to pass. After a long while, his uncle's weak voice rose again. It was filled with indignation and resentment that had not disappeared for years. "The stars beyond the heavens are high above us. You can only look at them from afar, and not be delusional. You can't trust them either. He felt a deep chill in his uncle's tone. Remember this. His uncle's words turned into a thick and ominous cough. He did not speak. After a few seconds, he released his grip on the reins, which were about to break. As his uncle coughed in discomfort, he took a deep breath and forced himself to smile. From what you've said, we should be mavericks and loners. We don't get along with everyone, and everyone hates us. His uncle stopped coughing, but he did not speak immediately. For a time, there was only the sound of horse hooves and carriage wheels. Finally, a long sigh came from the carriage. Isn't that the meaning of our existence? There was resignation, but also relief. Duke Fakenhas opened his eyes. Before his eyes, the prince was staring at him nervously. Thales's arm was stiff behind him. He pressed down on the dagger under the blanket. He looked through the Duke of Western Desert's half-smiling eyes, and seemed to see another bloody and ferocious dead man's head with empty eye sockets. Steak. Wait. If Fakenhas is the mastermind behind Herman's assassination, why is he telling me this now? What's in his interest if he admits this in front of another Jade Star? Is he trying to gain the upper hand with a show of strength, a sign that he is going to turn against him, or does he have other motives? As usual, Thales took a deep breath. He deliberately pretended to be surprised and lost his composure to satisfy the other party while he began to think about the key to this matter. From his days as a child beggar to his life as a prince, this move was quite effective against people like Quiet and Nicholas, who were not very bright and thought highly of themselves. It was even effective against people like the annoying Ian and Monty, the Raven of Death, who were as cunning as ghosts. They could always gain a sense of superiority from Thales' panicked behavior, and from there, they would reveal their greatest weakness in their contempt and satisfaction. After going through so many ups and downs, this was already Thales' most familiar instinct. He was so familiar with it that he could not even tell when his loss of composure was real, and when it was a deliberate act. But there were times when this move failed. Such as when he faced King Chapman in the carriage. Such as, now. What? Are you living too comfortably in Northland? You're already scared. The Duke of Western Desert's contemplative words rose again. He stared at Thales, who seemed to be stunned by the shock, and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. How about this? Which one? Before Thales could think too much about it, he saw Cyril stretch out his hand and hold the handle of his walking stick, long sword. The prince shuddered. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the sound of metal rubbing against leather rose, the blade was unsheathed, and it drew a silver arc in the air. *T. The sin of Hell's river flooded his nerves. Thales instinctively flipped off the bed and rolled on the ground. What kind of joke is this? He got up and bent his knees when he was a safe distance away from the silver light. He held his dagger horizontally and got into the iron body style. Thales looked at Cyril Fakenhas, who was still sitting calmly on the chair. The long sword that had just been unsheathed was in the Duke's hand. As the Duke turned his wrist slightly, the sword slowly drew an arc in the air. It was filled with coldness, and its presence was awe-inspiring. There was a faint sense of intimidation. Very good. At least you are not as cowardly as you appear. Cyril smiled eerily, completely ignoring the prince's pale face. What's going on? Thales stared at Cyril in disbelief. He turned against me just like that. But there was another thing that concerned Thales even more. Yodel, who was hiding in the dark, was still silent. He did not react even when he saw that Thales was in danger. What's going on? Is that guy really angry because of what happened just now? The kind that can't be coaxed. But just as Thales thought of a way out of this with a headache, a familiar hoarse voice rose softly in his ears. Calm down. The masked protector's voice was faint, almost like a mosquito's, but it made Thales relax his tense breathing. It's not him. It's not him. The familiar voice made Thales' heart fall back into his chest. It's not him. But at that moment, when he saw Cyril's malicious smile, Thales seemed to have grasped something. This was Blade Fang's camp, the territory directly under the royal family. A considerable number of regular soldiers were stationed here. The legendary wing was at the side, and King Kessel was at the back, taking the blame and threatening the prince. No matter what, Fakenhas should not have done this. The prince's thoughts were interrupted because of his battle stance. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to think from the beginning. Then why, it was not him. After Yodel's reminder, Thales, who seemed to have figured something out, immediately asked. However, he did not dare to relax his fighting stance for even a moment. Are you the murderer or not? Cyril stared fixedly at him. The long sword in his hand was extremely steady, and his eyes were shining with extraordinary splendor. Finally, in the tense confrontation, the Duke of Western Desert chuckled and shook his head. Looks like you don't know. Under Thales' solemn expression, Cyril's cold smile slowly faded away. The Duke placed the long sword across his knees and played with it slowly. He did not look at Thales again. I don't know. The confused Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You said that you placed the assassin in front of Prince Hyman. The prince gritted his teeth and asked, but why? Fakenhas did not turn his head. He only stared fixedly at the exquisite long sword on his knees. Because that is his wish. Thales' question came to an abrupt halt. His will. This time, before Thales could ask further, Duke Cyril answered softly. His voice drifted, and his emotions were complicated. He was the one who took the initiative to find them. Find those assassins, Shadow Shield. Thales was stunned. However, Hyman. And Shadow Shield. Thales understood the Duke's words, and he immediately widened his eyes. 18 years ago, Cyril said faintly. Hyman came to me and asked me to do my best to help him avoid the personal guards from the Royal Guards and Jade Star personal guards, and complete his private meeting with some unfamiliar guests. More than once. Avoid personal guards. Unfamiliar guests. Cold wind blew into the room, causing the Duke of Western Desert's leather robe to flutter slightly. His gray hair fluttered lightly. The wind also brought up endless dust. Under the sunlight, countless particles that flew to and fro in a strange manner tumbled about in the air. Cyril's eyes were still spinning, and there seemed to be light in them. Until, the last time. The last time. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shadow Shield avoided the eyes and ears of the royal family to meet, so, Thales put down his dagger in disbelief and straightened his back. He moved his lips laboriously. The bloody year was done by him. Hyman. At the top floor of Ghost Prince Tower, the narrow room became quiet. Only faint noises could be heard from outside the window. There was also the fierce, chilly wind at such a high altitude. But the prince only felt that he had fallen into a deep and thick fog. And he was getting closer to the truth behind the fog. In the underground prison, Samuel's words, which were filled with hatred, rose in his mind. Is it the beauty Hyman who only has good looks and literary talent, but is narrow-minded, sinister, and ruthless? Is it the son who killed his father, or the brother who killed his brother? The fourth prince, Hyman Jade Star. Cyril did not answer. But Thales was only dazed for a few seconds before he immediately shook his head. Countless mysteries rushed into his mind. But why? Why? If he is the Jade Star behind the scenes, then why did Shadow Shield want to kill him? This doesn't make sense. He stared at Fakenhas, who seemed to be in a daze. The Duke closed his eyes gently before he opened them again. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned forward. He schooled his expression and turned to look at Thales. He smiled faintly but frighteningly. "I want to know too." Thales was stunned. "You don't know?" Cyril chuckled, as if he was not bothered. "No. Maybe he was just too stupid, and he was betrayed. Maybe he was a victim, and he was destined to be betrayed. Maybe he was just an insider, and he could not escape his fate in the end. Or maybe he was just unintentionally involved, and he wanted to turn the tide." Cyril lowered his head, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. No one knew whether he was being sarcastic or mocking. "But, he didn't want me to know." "He doesn't know." Thales was not satisfied with this answer. He took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and sat at the end of the bed again. He was facing the Duke. "Really? He asked you to do him a favor so that you wouldn't know the truth, and you agreed to it. You didn't even ask." Thales said coldly. "Aren't you being too generous?" Cyril turned his head around slowly. It might have been a figment of his imagination, but Thales suddenly felt that Duke Fakenhas's ugly and hideous face had become much more relaxed. "Believe it or not, child." Cyril's gaze suddenly became very serious. His sunken lips opened and closed under the sunlight. "Herman is one of the few friends I have. At least, compared to his brothers whose minds are only filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women. He asked, so I helped. It's that simple." Thales frowned deeply. "Brothers whose minds are filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women," Cyril observed Thales' expression. He shook his head and chuckled. But the prince's next sentence caused his expression to change. "Is this related to Prince Horace?" Thales relaxed his eyebrows, but the seriousness in his eyes was at its peak. "The reason why Herman went to Shadow Shield, but died in their hands in the end." At that moment, Fakenhas's expression froze. "Horace." He stared at Thales. His face was still ugly and hideous, but he no longer had that playful look on his face. "Why do you ask?" Thales exhaled and answered him with another question. "And you, why did you tell me this 18 years later, at the place where Herman died?" Cyril stared at Thales for a very long time. Finally, the Duke's elbows left his knees, and he straightened his back in his chair. Against Thales' expectations, the seemingly serious Cyril did not respond to his question. Instead, he lifted the long sword on his knees again and sized it up. "Have you ever seen a sword like this, Your Highness?" Cyril seemed to have walked out of the memories of the past. He regained his scary and relaxed smile. Thales could not help but be stunned. It was only then that he noticed that the Duke's long sword had a unique appearance. The bronze-colored handguard and hilt were exceptionally long. It did not seem to be the most ideal structure for bearing force, but it was exquisite and neat enough. The two sides of the blade extended in a smooth arc that was like a sand dune, giving people a sense of aesthetic comfort. There was a pure black gem embedded in the center of the sword guard, but Thales did not know what it was. Cyril didn't even raise his head. He continued to admire the exquisite sword on his own. The ancient sword of the Empire, also known as the Ancient Knight's Sword, has a special style and arc. It has an astonishing sense of balance, allowing it to swing with greater ease and smoothness. It requires good raw materials and superb craftsmanship. Of course, it also requires a high price. I guess this is why they are destined to be unable to be mass-produced. In the end, they disappeared from the battlefield, and only a few of them are valuable enough to become family heirlooms. Cyril turned the sword upside down so that Thales could see the bottom of the hilt. It was an unfamiliar letter of the ancient empire that Thales almost did not recognize. F. The carving of the letter looked rather crude. Compared to the other exquisite parts of the sword, it did not seem to be in harmony. Ancient sword of the Empire. Ancient knight's sword. Wait a minute. Thale's eyebrows twitched. Such an arc, it's a little familiar. I've seen it before. 1. The eternal truth of Ricky's silver-hilt long sword with the same beautiful arc appeared in Thale's mind. But what does it have to do with what I'm asking, Herman and Horace? Thales asked vigilantly. At the same time, he quietly sat a little further away, ensuring that his legs touched the ground. Cyril continued to admire the sword that might be the family heirloom of the Fakenhas family. He clicked his tongue and said, "It is said that the first batch of swords of the ancient empire were provided by the dwarves and forged by the elves. They used the flames of the earth as the furnace fire and gathered the essence of the seven seas to be presented to the first emperor of this world, the great Emperor Camelot Carlus, who created the boundless prosperity of mankind." Thale's thoughts froze for a moment. Cyril raised his head and chuckled coldly. "That's right. I'm talking about your ancestor, the one whose blood is said to be gilded with gold and shines." Thale subconsciously said, but Cyril seemed to have made up his mind not to be interrupted. He returned to the long sword in his hand. "This sword is called Sentinel. It participated in the Battle of Eradication with Tiberia Fakenhas 600 years ago. He was Tormund the first sword teacher when he was young. He was also the oldest follower under the King of Renaissance's command until he was conferred the ruins and became the first Guardian Duke of Western Desert and my ancestor. Sentinel. Tormund the First. The Battle of Eradication." Thales was a little impatient. "I will have time to listen to your family history, but for now, let us first, and the Sentinel's most recent military service." Cyril's voice suddenly grew louder, drowning out Thale's voice. The Duke of Western Desert narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look at Thales, who was frowning. It was in the hands of another Cyril Fakenhas. He was my great-uncle, and he served under the silent Sumer IV's royal guards. During the crisis of the king's sudden death, he held this sword and led the royal guards to fight their way out. From there, he protected the young Adi II so that he could successfully ascend the throne and rule over Constellation. As Cyril spoke, he swung the long sword in his hand and swung it in the air. His skillful movements and steady grip on the sword made Thales, who had always thought that Duke Fakenhas' movements were inconvenient, look at him in a different light. "Wait a minute." Thales' expression changed. He caught something from the words just now. The other Cyril Fakenhas. Royal Guards. The silent Sumer IV. The king's sudden death. Anne. Adi II. Thales stared at Sentinel. Before he could figure out what was going on, Cyril sighed. Fakenhas is a family as old as Arund. It has been passed down since the age of the Empire, and it followed the Jade Star family to this day. The Duke stared at his sword of the ancient empire. From the Battle of Eradication to the Bloody Year, just like this Sentinel, we have witnessed too much and understood too much. A strange light shone in the Duke of Western Desert's eyes. Whether it is the rise and fall of Constellation, or the Jade Star royal family, Fakenhas removed the sheath from his cane and cast a sideways glance at Thales. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. A reign of terror. Cyril exhaled slowly and put Sentinel back into its sheath. Compared to that, is the answer you seek still important? Thales' eyebrows twitched. When he thought about what he saw and heard over the past few days, the prince suddenly had a guess. Adi II, my grandfather. I heard that he was the one with the longest teeth among Sumer IV's children, and he was also a male. Thales spoke slowly. I believe that his ascension to the throne and coronation should have been smooth. He narrowed his eyes. Where did the reign of terror you speak of come from? The Duke of Western Desert put away his nostalgic expression and smiled slowly. He turned his head around and stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Perhaps your history teacher did not mention your grandfather's stepmother, that witch Queen Vera from the Iris Flowers family, and her sister-in-law who was the Duchess of Blade Edge Field, your grandfather's aunt, the former Princess Helena. Iris Flowers family, the witch Queen Vera. The Duchess of Blade Edge Field, the Princess Helena. As he listened to these unfamiliar names, Thale's mind started to work. They also did not mention how they conspired to falsify an edict after Sumer IV passed away. They wanted to send your underage grandfather to Sunset Temple as a lifelong sacrifice, so that Queen Vera's biological son, John Jadestar, who was still in swaddling clothes, could replace his father and become king. Thale's eyes suddenly widened. John Jadestar conspired to falsify an edict. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on his dagger. Queen Vera's biological son. Replace his father with his son. Cyril put down his sword and could not help but sigh. Of course, if Queen Vera had succeeded 60 years ago, you and I would not have to worry here. If Queen Vera had succeeded, I would not have to worry here, damn old man. Thales took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. Enough, Duke Fakenhas. From just now until now, Thale's expression darkened. What are you hinting at? This time, the second prince stared at the Duke of Western Desert. His attitude was hostile. Is it the late king's younger brother, the Duke of Star Lake, John, who had the chance to surpass my grandfather and ascend the supreme throne of Constellation? Fakenhas curled his lips. Or is it the Covendier family of Iris Flowers who once tried to interfere with the succession of the throne? Cyril's smile did not fade. And the Duke of Blade Edge Field, the entire family of Princess Helena's husband who died 18 years ago, was also involved. As he watched Cyril's unhurried and calm expression, Thales gritted his teeth. Or are you hinting that during the Bloody Year, it was indeed one of my grandfather's princes who also wanted to replace his father, usurp the throne? Chapter 495. Constellation's history has never lacked bloodshed. Gilbert's words rang in the teenager's mind again. You are reading too much into my words, Your Highness. Cyril sneered. He took a fist-sized red fruit that Thales could not recognize from the plate and wiped it on his sleeve. I mean, as the oldest vassal of Jadestar, Fakenhas has seen too many similar scenes in the reflection of Sentinel's blade, from the first day to the last. So many that we are numb. The Duke of Western Desert finished speaking. He ignored Thales' suspicious gaze and took a bite of the fruit in his hand in a contented manner. But Thales still looked at him warily. Is that so? Cyril's cheeks trembled. He seemed to be enjoying the taste of chewing, but his haggard face and frightening appearance only made his action more frightening. Similarly, the truth of the Bloody Year is no longer important. Just like today, 60 years later, will anyone still care about the crisis of your grandfather's coronation? Cyril leaned back, but his eyes, which were as lively as a viper's, were fixed on Thales. He said in a muffled voice, What is really important is what the Bloody Year has brought us, and how are we going to face it? Thales averted his gaze and tried not to look at the process of the fruit in Cyril's mouth turning from solid to small pieces, and then to powder. The prince said solemnly, I do not like to deliberately mystify things. I also do not like to beat around the bush. Cyril swallowed a mouthful of fruit and snorted. He used his left elbow to support himself on the arm of the chair and leaned over. His gaze changed, and he became aggressive. Then perhaps you are not suited to be a Jadestar. Thales turned his head slowly and looked at him. Cyril still maintained his teasing gaze, which was half genuine, while the prince's expression was calm. They stared at each other in silence. There was an indescribable feeling in the air. A few seconds later, Thales lowered his head slightly and stared at the Duke from a strange angle. He said in a low voice, My father knows, doesn't he? Fakenhas' right hand, which was playing with half a piece of fruit, froze for a moment. The light in his eyes slowly faded away. Thales inhaled softly and said with a serious expression, regardless of whether it was you secretly helping Hyman back then, or him colluding with Shadow Shield, or even what happened that night. He knows everything. The prince used an affirmative sentence. The smile on Cyril's lips slowly disappeared. So what if he knows? The Duke enunciated his words slowly, as though he was approaching his prey. So what if I don't know? Thales exhaled. He understood. You just threw out those secrets layer by layer, from Hyman to Shadow Shield. Thales raised his head. His gaze was firm and resolute. It's to test me, to see how much I know, and to see how much my father has told me. Cyril said nothing. But at that moment, his gaze on the prince became even sharper. And the reason you did this, Thales did not continue speaking. He only stared at the Duke with a burning gaze. This was to test King Kessel's trust in his heir. They wanted to test the foundation of the Jade Star royal family. After a long while, Cyril smiled faintly, turned his body sideways, and pointed at Thales. As I said, we're talking. Thales' expression became even more solemn. The teenager lowered his head and followed the Duke's words. So, according to what you said, aside from the details and the truth, what did the bloody year bring us? Cyril smiled. He did not answer Thales' question directly. Instead, he tilted his head and took another bite of the fruit in his hand. I heard that Baron Williams found you first, Your Highness. He chewed and said in a muffled voice, What do you think of him? Thales' eyebrows twitched. Williams. What do I think of him? Thales' first thought was the scene of the man tying him to the saddle. The teenager shuddered a little and tried hard to chase the image of him riding a horse with him out of his mind. The Baron is but the moment he opened his mouth, he was suddenly at a loss for words. The Duke of Western Desert did not panic. He waited for Thales' reply with great interest. Roman's murderous eyes appeared in Thales' mind, along with his unapproachable face when he said, If you interrupt again, I'll kill you. The prince felt suffocated. How can I praise a person I can't find any good points about against my will? Desert God above, I can't possibly praise him as cute, can I? The prince coughed softly and tried his best not to let his expression change too much. I think he's very... Ahem. Well, he leads his troops well, commands calmly, and, Thales was stuck on the next adjective. Cyril did not look at him. He only snorted softly and did not comment. Thales, who had been racking his brains, remembered something and quickly added, he's extremely skilled and has an extraordinary appearance. Thank you, Desert God. I've finally found a good point. Cyril snorted and nodded. He turned around and spat out the core of the fruit in his mouth. He tugged at his face, twitched his dented lips, and glanced at Thales with narrowed eyes. All right, I have to admit, even though he was slowly getting used to the Duke's face, Thales still felt goosebumps when he was stared at. Cyril sneered. Williams, that guy is indeed better looking than me, he smiled and raised his right hand. His thumb and index finger were very close together. The potholes and ravines on his face looked like they had been flooded. Just a little. Thales stared at Cyril's unique face and tried his best to hold back his awkwardness. Oh, is that so? When Cyril saw him, he finally could not hold back his laughter. While the Duke laughed, he extended his hand again and scooped up a second piece of fruit from his plate. Let's be straightforward. Everyone who has dealt with him knows it. Cyril scrutinized Thales. His terrifying face exuded a cold chill. Roman Williams. A cold glare shone in Cyril's eyes. That is a loner, cold, arrogant, shameless bastard. Shameless, bastard. Thales resisted the urge to nod. He maintained a slight frown on his face. But Cyril did not seem to care about his reaction anymore. The Duke of Western Desert sneered and looked outside the window. Admit it. Since the first time he enlisted in the army during the Bloody Year, he has been more annoying than an ignorant and fearless brat, more irritating than a rude and unreasonable bully, more feared than a ruthless hooligan, more hated than an exploitative tax collector, and more disgusting than an arrogant tyrant. Thales sucked in a breath. He could not help but think of the legendary Wing's condescending look. The Duke did not care about his demeanor at all. He stared outside the window with a sharp and disdainful gaze. He seemed to have remembered something. All those who have dealt with him have suffered at his hands. That damn hot-tempered temper, that condescending look, that damned and hateful habit. He's just short of carving "I'm AF * king idiot" on his face. Thales quirked an eyebrow and listened to Cyril's vulgar words. Maybe the Baron is just not sociable, Duke Fakenhas snorted coldly. Not sociable. Cyril took a huge bite out of the fruit in his hand, as if he was not biting food, but an enemy who could not live under the same sky as him. Have you ever seen him kill prisoners of war and collect heads on the battlefield? Have you ever seen his indifferent and habitual expression when he wiped off the blood on his face? Do you know that he has never shown mercy when he kills his own people? Thales remembered how the man had calmly dug out Stake's eyes and pried off the chin of a dead man's head while blood splattered everywhere. He felt uncomfortable. Cyril snorted coldly. Do you think that the commando team he formed in Stardust Unit is known as the Freaks, just because of the few psionic prisoners he released? No. Thales pursed his lips and did not say anything. The Duke of Western Desert chewed on the fruit in his mouth and shook his head with a cold smile. That's because Roman Williams, the legendary Wing, hides under that beautiful skin of his is someone who does not understand the rules and does not care about benefits. He has neither sympathy nor loyalty. He has a strange temper, an unfathomable personality, is indifferent and cruel, and has strange interests. His way of thinking and logic are different from normal people. He is far from what we can understand, and he is far from what Renaissance Palace can command. He is truly, Cyril Fakenhas' gaze turned cold. He enunciated his words clearly and firmly. Freak. Thales sucked in a deep breath and remembered how the legendary Wing broke Norb's legs coldly and scornfully called the king a son of AB *tch. Perhaps geniuses always have their own quirks. Cyril looked at the half-eaten fruit in his hand and curled his lips. Genius. The Duke raised his head. His gaze was profound. Then, I have to say, to promote a freak who is full of vices and sins, and who even the royal family cannot control, place him in the remote western desert, place him in the chaotic western frontlines, and do our best to provide for his regular army. Cyril's back was turned towards Thales. He looked at Blade Fang's camp under the window, and with a profound expression, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. Your father is probably also a genius. Thales frowned. He could not tell whether this was a sincere compliment, a bitter sarcasm, or a combination of both. But the prince understood a lot. Thales shook his head firmly. It's useless. As I said, I can't do anything about what has already been decided. You can't take back Blade Fang's camp from me, and you can't take back what you lost from my father. He had an indifferent expression on his face, as if he was 1,000 miles away from others. And you should leave. This is my mealtime, and I'm not used to sharing it with others. But against Thales' expectations, in the face of his obvious and resolute refusal, Cyril did not retort with a negative attitude, nor did he use his usual tone to mock and ridicule him. The Duke's expression relaxed. He did not smile, nor did he speak sarcastically. He just sat up straight and looked out the window quietly. Blade Fang's camp. What we lost. Your Highness, have you ever seen the former Western Desert? He stared at the bustling crowd under the window. Thales looked at Cyril's side profile and suddenly felt that Duke Fakenhas was a little absent-minded at that moment. The former. The Duke snorted. He seemed to have remembered something, but he shook his head slightly. Do you know, 18 years ago, when I had just become the Duke, I received the General Edict of Constellation and rushed to Eternal Star City without stopping to listen to your grandfather's call to quell the rebellion with 18 other people. I never thought that Western Desert, which gave birth to me and raised me, would be the next. Thales' expression changed, and he sank into deep thought. 18 years ago. General Edict of Constellation. Call to quell the rebellion. But, the prince raised his head and asked in puzzlement, next. But Thales' vision immediately blurred. He instinctively wrapped his arms around his chest and caught the piece of bread the Duke of Western Desert threw at him. White bread. Thales watched in astonishment as Cyril calmly withdrew his left hand and stuffed another piece of fruit into his mouth. 18 years have passed. Very few youngsters nowadays know that before the War of the Bloody Year, before the legendary wing appeared, when the guardian Duke of Western Desert was still my uncle, the Duke of Western Desert bit on the fruit and said languidly, "What was Western Desert like?" Thales pursed his lips and furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at the Duke, who was obviously reluctant to leave. He opened his mouth in exasperation and resignation and bit into the soft and exquisite white bread. At that time, the ruler of this place, the Baron of Blade Fang's Bar, Garrett Lummen, was an important vassal and guest of my uncle. He often went to the ruins of wastelands and could be said to have grown up with me. We were like brothers. The Duke smiled as he watched the teenager pull his face out of the bread in displeasure, but his gaze gradually froze. At that time, we enjoyed a rare peace with the Great Desert. Peace. Thales, who was trying his best to tear the bread apart, paused. Fakenhas spoke slowly. If we don't go in, they, whether it's the 8 great tribes of the Orcs or the 5 great tribes of the Barren Bone people, won't come. Our patrols and taxes follow the rules, and their plundering and hurting have their own rules. They look at each other from afar, stay vigilant in silence, live their own lives, mind their own business, be fair, tacit, and natural. He allowed countless traveling merchants, herdsmen, mercenaries, and adventurers to freely enter and leave the desert. He allowed them to interact with desert bandits, exiles, orcs, barren bone people, and even those who came from the other side of the desert. They traded, competed, fought, clashed, and merged with each other, writing their own stories. While Thales chewed on the bread, he frowned and thought of Tampa, the owner of my home. He remembered the history of Blade Fang's camp that he once told him. It was the age of mercenaries. By the way, what happened to Tampa? At that time, there were even desert residents who longed for civilization who migrated to the Western Desert. When I reached the age of riding a warhorse and started patrolling the desert, I could still often see barren breeds coming and going at the borders. If you are courageous enough to step into the desert with the caravan, you will have a chance to see the face of the enemy of mankind. It is not strange to see the merchants haggling with the seemingly ferocious gray mixed breeds while pointing fingers at them and pointing fingers at them, causing their faces to turn red. The Duke's voice was different from his usual shrill and piercing voice. It became calm and smooth. There was a slight tremor in his breathing, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Barren breeds. Gray mixed breeds. Thales first thought of Mickey, the barren bone man from Dante's Great Sword, then Raphael, who had dark red eyes. And, the extraordinary orc who gave him his coming-of-age name, Kandal Nushin. There are even merchant groups who set up fixed trading days in the Great Desert, just like the markets in our countryside. It is said that there are even merchant groups who found a magical trade route that is said to connect countless oases to the depths of the desert. They can even reach the Golden Passage, which proves that the area of the Great Desert is not smaller than the constellation that we are so proud of. There was an indescribable smile in Cyril's words, as well as a reluctance to part. Have you heard of the bardic poems of the three heroes of dawn who seek dragons in the desert? Have you heard of the story of Caligri, the desert city where countless treasures are gathered? Have you heard of the legend of the ancient battlefield in the desert of god of war from the barren bone people? Have you heard of the terrifying story of the evil god who hides under the yellow sand devouring everything in the world? Have you heard of the legend of the empire's countless treasures buried deep in the desert? At that time, they were all exciting stories that originated from the mysterious Great Desert. Countless people set out from here, entered the desert, and brought them out. They brought them back to the Western Desert, brought them back to Constellation, and became legends that were passed down through the ages. Bardic poems, stories, legends. The former desert and Western Desert. Thales listened quietly. For a moment, he even forgot to eat his bread. The Duke sighed. The people of the Western Desert and the residents of the desert are like this. We are wary of each other, but we also need each other. Sometimes, there are conflicts, but sometimes, we cooperate. We maintain the strange but interesting ecology, enriching this land that has been dry for 1,000 years. The room was quiet for a few seconds. In the desert, there is an old saying among the people who worship, or rather, fear, the desert god. Fakin has said airily, the desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. Thales' eyebrows twitched. He instinctively followed suit. The desert god is merciful, and the desert shall be pardoned. Cyril's eyes lit up. He seemed to be surprised that Thales knew this saying. So, you already know. The Duke smiled softly. If the desert god did not have to take the initiative to send disasters, the mortal world would have long been filled with disasters. There is no need for the desert god to personally pardon us. The existence of the great desert is already its greatest tolerance. Cyril's face showed a look of lament. Do you feel it? The desert god reflected in this saying is neutral, detached, indifferent, and sees through all things, just like the great desert itself. Thales did not speak. He only remembered the warning the barren bone man, Raphael, gave him before he left Dragon Cloud City. But at that time, the barren bone man explained the meaning of this saying to him. There is danger everywhere in the terrifying desert. The weak fear disaster, and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless Great Desert. But in comparison, Duke Cyril's explanation for this proverb that sent chills down people's spines seemed so, balance. Impartiality. The Duke continued to speak. It sounded a little erratic in the narrow and bright room at the top of the tower, which was invaded by the cold wind. If the outside world is in endless chaos and disasters, it is fine. Because no matter what kind of disaster it is, when it reaches the desert, it will be buried by the endless sun and the sandstorms that have lasted for 1,000 years. If the outside world is peaceful and luxurious, it is fine. The daily conflicts, bloodshed, and cruel ecology in the Great Desert will allow you to learn everything you need to survive. The Duke of Western Desert narrowed his eyes. It is not comfortable, because its tolerance is only one side of it. But it is not scary, because its cruelty is just right. While Thales was deep in thought, Cyril threw away the fruit core in his hand. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Let the world be flooded. Only the desert remains cold and warm. The Duke exhaled a long breath and turned to look at Thales. He seemed to have regained his senses. Thales quickly lowered his head and pretended to be unbothered. He continued to deal with his bread. But Cyril was not bothered. When I was young, I stood in Western Desert, on the land passed down by my ancestors, and faced the endless horizon of the Great Desert. This is what it told me. That is my memory of Western Desert, the place where I was born and raised. But in the next second, the Duke of Western Desert's tone changed. But Cyril's eyes shone with coldness, and Thales could not help but frown. Look at me now. At that moment, Thales felt a sense of heaviness and stagnation, as if it had gained physical form. The Duke's voice became sharp and ear-piercing again, and it made people instinctively want to cover their ears. After the Bloody Year, the royal family took control of Blade Fang's camp and turned this place into a purely military stronghold. It followed rules that were completely different from those in Western Desert and the desert. There was no fairness, no tacit understanding, and every time the regular army gloriously attacked the desert, the situation became worse. Thales frowned slightly and remembered the conflict between the regular army and the recruited soldiers. The desert that used to be a wilderness has become a dangerous war zone. The number of merchants has dwindled, the mercenaries are no longer glorious, and the barren species have disappeared from the border. The once noisy and lively border has become filled with danger and dead silence. All the rules have been destroyed, leaving only chaos and blood. Thales remembered the tavern owner Tampa's lament about the bad market. As for the orcs and barren-boned people in the desert, once they appear, they will be in groups, armed to the teeth, and leave no one alive. Endless alarms, endless rebellions, and endless lines of defense have left us, who are truly from the Western Desert, in a terrible state. Duke Fakenhas snorted coldly. Only the legendary Wing's crimson stardust flag flutters high in the sky every time he patrols the desert, leaving behind the glory of the royal family and the blood of the Western Desert. The grudge between the 8 tribes and the 5 tribes only deepens. The legendary Wing's crimson stardust flag. Thales swallowed the last mouthful of bread and did not make a sound. He had a premonition. What did the Bloody Year bring? Cyril's voice suddenly rose. I do not know. The Duke's cold and sharp voice, coupled with his terrifying appearance, made people's hearts palpitate. There is only one thing I know. After the Bloody Year, after Hermann's death, and after the war broke out, the land of Western Desert during these 18 years, he enunciated his words clearly and firmly. What did it become? Thud. Even though he watched the Duke push his chair and stand up, Thales was still shocked by the sound of the cane hitting the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The cane hit the ground again and again, pushing the Duke of Western Desert closer. He was not tall, but there was a certain coldness about him. It sent chills down his spine. Then, he stopped in front of Thales. Now, Your Highness. Cyril Fakenhas looked at him coldly. There was an inescapable look in his eyes. It is now your turn to tell me that the Bloody Year brought to us, to Western Desert, and to the people who have lived on this land for generations. What did it bring? Thales tried hard to swallow. This was the first time he felt that even the Duke of Western Desert, who had an ugly face, was handicapped, and was used to making sarcastic and humorous remarks, had such a terrifying side to him. I do not understand. The prince suppressed the guesses in his heart and answered with great difficulty. You do not understand. Cyril snorted, but he did not have the relaxed and humorous air he had before. Or do you not want to understand? His withered face was like a skeleton that had been dried out for a long time. Bone-chilling wind shone from his deep eye sockets. Thales was about to speak, but the Duke did not give him the chance. The reason for the Bloody Year and everything we are facing is because there is a monster there. The Duke of Western Desert said coldly. What? Thales frowned in confusion. Monster. Thud. Cyril struck the ground with his cane. Yes. His tone allowed no room for doubt, but there was a hint of deep hatred in it. That is a monster. A monster who feeds on power, lives by destroying. The Duke had his back to the light, and the wrinkles on his face were incredibly ghastly. His leather robe fluttered and trembled in the cold wind in the tower. Thales, is hidden in the deepest part of Renaissance Palace. It is hidden in the crown of the Supreme King, in the mausoleum where your ancestors rest in peace, and in the heart of every jade star who has the right to inherit the throne. Thales blinked and slowly understood what he meant. This was a metaphor. Every time it wakes up in a person's heart and stretches out its claws, it will bring about a terrifying vortex that tries to suck in everything in the kingdom, crush it, corrode it, and devour it. Thanks to it, Western Desert. No, not just Western Desert, but everything that once belonged to Constellation is collapsing, being destroyed, dying, and no longer existing. In the tower, the Duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakenhas pointed at Prince Thales, who had a solemn expression and was on full alert. And someone has to do something. End of this chapter. Chapter 496. A monster. A monster who feeds on power. The figure he had not seen for a long time involuntarily appeared in Thales' mind. That figure, who held a scepter and wore a crown on his head, was called Father, but was dignified and unapproachable. The prince was silent for a few seconds. You don't like Western Desert's current state, and you don't want to forget the Western Desert of the past, the Western Desert that only belonged to Fakenhas. So you hope that I'll do something. The prince raised his head and looked at Cyril. His tone became wary. You know. 6 years ago, when I left Eternal Star City, someone told me something similar. The Duke of Western Desert stared at Thales for a few seconds before he smiled. No, Your Highness. Fakenhas exhaled slowly and turned to face the window. Don't think of me as a fuddy-duddy who clings to the old traditions, or an idiot who is obsessed with the glory of the past and refuses to open his eyes to see the future, although there are plenty of such people among my peers. Thales snorted softly. Then what makes you different from them? This time, Cyril was silent for a long time. He remained motionless, looking down at the bustling, picturesque scene of the camp below the window. Why, Thales? Finally, the Duke of Western Desert sighed with emotion. How did we get to rule this land? The vigilant Prince of Constellation furrowed his brows. The ruler of the Fakenhas family spoke slowly. Regardless of whether it is me ruling the Western Desert as a duke now, or you being crowned king in the future and ruling all of Constellation. Enjoy everything that is above human beings. Cyril changed the topic too quickly, and there were hidden meanings hidden in his words. There was also a faintly discernible sharpness and harshness in his words, which made Thales, who was used to Northlanders talking about things as they were, extremely uncomfortable. Is it because we, as rulers, are wise and far-sighted, and have unparalleled strategies? Or are you like the Northlanders, who have the courage to be the first? The prince stood in front of the window, his gaunt figure silhouetted, rooted to the ground. Or is it because you are kind-hearted and care about the people? Or is it the glory of our ancestors, passed down from generation to generation? Cyril changed the topic and revealed his favorite sarcastic tone. Could it really be the will of the heavens, the hope of the masses? And the stuff that runs through your veins can really sparkle? As usual, the Duke did not finish his sentence. He stared at him as if he was waiting for a good show. The teenager was silent for a few seconds. Finally, Thales sighed deeply. From the beginning until now. Who taught you to speak like this, Duke Fakenhas? Does he specialize in teaching idiots? What? Cyril's smile froze. After sighing, Thales shrugged in resignation. You know, I didn't realize until today how much I hate rhetorical questions. Rhetorical question. The Duke's expression became even more confused. But the prince no longer listened to Cyril's words. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. A small hint, Duke unwelcome. Whether it is a discussion or a negotiation, a sarcastic rhetorical question may seem to enhance your tone, but in fact, it will only make you look like a flirtatious and entertaining clown. Except for highlighting your self-righteousness with your tone, it is of no help in conveying effective information. As he listened to Thale's expressionless reply, Fakenhas's face slowly stiffened. If you have an answer, say it with certainty. If you do not agree with it, finish it with the word no, because aside from stirring up emotions, no one is interested in understanding what kind of bullsh*t you are saying with rhetorical questions. Once Thales finished speaking, he stabbed his dagger into the headboard of the bed. The room was quiet for a long time. For a period of time, only the sound of cold wind could be heard. Cyril glared at Thales, as if he was meeting him for the first time. The corners of the Duke's lips curled up a few times. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed to be at a loss. Thales, on the other hand, crossed his arms as if nothing had happened. With an innocent expression, he tilted his head and pursed his lips as he waited for Cyril's answer. Finally, Cyril closed his eyes and lowered his head. He let out a long sigh. This is why I do not like Northlanders. No. But Thales raised his eyebrows and continued Cyril's sentence. This is just why you are unwelcome. Cyril paused again. He was momentarily speechless. Continue. Why are we able to rule? Thales exhaled when he finally felt comfortable with his words. He sat on the bed, leaned against the wall, and spread his arms in satisfaction. Don't let me interrupt you. Cyril sighed softly in his heart. Didn't you interrupt me a long time ago? The Duke was silent for a while before he spoke again. Truth be told, I do not think that we are able to rule because of these reasons, Thales. Not at all. Thales' heavy voice rose into the air again. Very good. Cyril froze again. I am very happy that we can finally start talking. Thales raised his index finger at him with a pleased expression. It is not difficult to speak properly, is it? Continue. Cyril, who had just gathered his emotions, felt stifled again. The Duke sighed slowly. He began to realize that the teenager in front of him was no longer the illegitimate son from 6 years ago who clenched his fists, blushed, forced himself to pretend to be a prince, and showed off his intelligence in front of the suzerains. He was Thales' Jade Star. The stars beyond the sky. When he thought of this, the Duke turned his body slightly. His unpleasant face reflected a cold, faint light. Prince Thales. In my opinion, the thing that truly rules this land, this kingdom, and even the entire world, and makes countless people willingly obey us, is habit. Habit, habit. Thales mulled over Cyril's words, and he suddenly understood something. After he took back the right to speak unexpectedly, he began to slowly grasp the erratic axis in Cyril's seemingly casual conversation. However, at this moment, Cyril was holding onto his walking stick as he paced around the room, one step at a time. Men are used to going out to raise their families, women are used to staying at home to take care of their children, merchants are used to moving goods back and forth, farmers are used to paying taxes and serving in the military, nobles are used to governing, priests are used to chanting gods, armies are used to violence, officials are used to giving orders, authors are used to delaying updates, suzerains are used to bossing people around, and kings are used to sitting high on their thrones. People are used to paying when they buy things, they are used to being punished when they do bad things, they are used to lowering their heads when they face death, and they are used to nodding when they face life. The Duke spoke very quickly, just like his footsteps. It was as if he was climbing a mountain whose peak could not be seen. Cyril seemed to be in a daze. His left hand gently brushed against the ancient wall, but his expression became serious. This made Thales sit up straight without him realizing it. Habit. That is how they, every living being we rule, see the world as it looks like with their own eyes since they were born in their mother's wombs. That is how the world is fixed, and it is what they repeat and practice over and over again in their limited years and lives. That is how they subconsciously respect, imitate, and believe in the actions and reactions of countless people after they witness them over and over again. At that moment, the Duke of Western Desert, who had one hand pressed against the wall, suddenly raised his head. Thales! The teenager jumped in shock. Cyril stared at him coldly. People submit to our rule, respect our status, and swear loyalty to our identity, not because we are great, not because we are born noble, not because we show kindness or intimidate others, not because we govern well and benefit the people, and not because your blood shines like a gift from God. It is because they are used to it. The cold wind that seeped into the room from the window made the Duke's leather robe and hair flutter. It made Cyril Fakenhas look even more bizarre and chilling. Thales subconsciously gulped. He no longer had the time to care about the mocking tone in the Duke's voice, which was instinctive. Cyril narrowed his eyes, but the sharp gaze that shone through his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Because from the first day they opened their eyes and saw the world, their ancestors did it, their parents did it, and their peers also did it. So, they are also used to doing it, and they even have to convince their next generation to do the same. Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. And this group of people show the habits they are used to another group of people, regardless of whether they are children, elders, relatives, neighbors, strangers, masters, servants, peers, superiors and subordinates. Day after day, year after year. Cyril stopped where he was, but his tone became even more solemn and profound. It was as if he was telling the most terrifying and chilling ghost story. Until everyone, including you and I, became disgusted with the unfamiliarity, the abnormality, and developed inertia, we came to realize this truth: those who go against the habits are abnormal, and they need to be destroyed. Thales' expression became more and more tense. So, these habits spread wider and wider, and they became more and more profound. They became more and more serious, and they became more and more common, until we called them. Cyril's tone revealed a solemn and ghastly tone that had never been heard before. Order. A gust of cold wind blew, and it made Thales shudder. But the light outside the window did not give him any warmth. Thales suddenly felt that the room at the top of the tower was very cold. It was just like the Renaissance palace in his memories. Do you understand what I mean, Your Highness? Cyril's words rang in his mind again, and they pulled him back to the present from somewhere else. To me, this is the only thing that is weak and pitiful, but also eternal, powerful, and profound, that maintains our rule. And those who want to shake these habits and order, Cyril sneered faintly. They are all very terrifying. Those who want to shake these habits and order, Thales could not help but quirk his eyebrows and snort softly. For example, what the legendary wing did to Blade Fang's camp this time. The Duke's voice paused for a second. No. It's not that small, it's not that close, and it's not that light either. Fakenhas's voice became deeper, and it sounded as if he was lamenting the past few centuries. For example, we all know that a long, long time ago, a certain ruler in Constellation. No, perhaps it was a few rulers in the past few generations. They used the royal power as bait, and they turned thousands of lower-class people into the suzerain's enemies. This sentence caused Thales' nerves to tense up. The royal power's bait. At that moment, Thales suddenly had a feeling that Cyril Fakenhas, this unwelcome person who acted strangely and spoke out of turn, did not come here just to draw the second prince to his side. The prince became even more serious. With the help of the royal power, they slowly climbed up the ladder and fought against us, the feudal lords. Cyril slowly walked back to the window and looked at the desert camp under the window again. Hence, the rise and fall of families, the rotation of nobles, the rise and fall of countless people, the uncertainty of life and death, and the rise and fall of the kingdom today. The Duke's voice was deep and indistinct, but it left no room for doubt. Over the course of hundreds of years, from the succession of families, the rise and fall of noble titles, the adjudication of taxes, the appointment and dismissal of officials, the judgment of the law, and the mobilization of the army, Renaissance Palace has been seizing everything from the suzerain's hands in an orderly but unstoppable manner. It has been gentle, slow, but resolute. When he heard this, Thales could not help but remember the scene 6 years ago on Dragon's Blood's night. He had spoken passionately in front of the 5 archdukes and an archduchess about the current situation of Constellation. He also remembered the story he heard from the former members of the royal guards not long ago. The rise and fall of families, the rotation of nobles, the rise and fall of countless people, the uncertainty of life and death. Thales was deep in thought and did not speak. You know, even though every move of both sides is clearly seen, Cyril leaned forward, as if he wanted to take a closer look at the scenery under the window. What truly makes a chess game interesting is that there are countless possibilities within the number of steps that can be seen clearly. It was as if he was looking at his chessboard. Take 1 step and look at 10 steps ahead. Every move you make is not only related to the chessboard at that moment, but also to the next few steps, dozens of steps, or even hundreds of steps in the game. From there, the opponent who is 100 steps behind you will not be able to parry your move and will have to surrender. This is far more interesting than a face-to-face, fist-to-fist fight. For some reason, when he heard this, Thales suddenly thought of Black Sword. The teenager remembered the battle between that man and Giza. Black Sword led him into the Hydra Kilika's encirclement. From the initial position of the breakthrough to the path he chose to take, Black Sword calculated and considered all the factors of the battle from the very first step, and from there, he walked towards victory step by step. He was like a chess player who treated the battle as a game of chess. Cyril's voice was calm and steady. His sparse hair fluttered along with his robes in the cold wind. He quietly placed his chess piece without batting an eyelid, and he reaped 10,000 fruits in autumn. This is the virtuous king's brilliant path, isn't it? Virtuous king. Thales was slightly startled. Virtuous king. He subconsciously repeated. Cyril suddenly turned around and revealed a humorous smile that caused people to frown. His tone returned to his usual, cordial tone. What? Do you really think that after so many years, from the ridiculous national conference to the wretched Wang family's bank, no one, no matter how stupid and slow-witted we are, can really not see through it? Thales' heart sank. The Duke raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Just like me, many of us are well aware of this. But there is nothing we can do. I know it. There is nothing we can do. Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but think of Lampard's distressed expression when he mentioned the virtuous king in the carriage. Once a chess piece is placed, 100 years of chess play is played. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Why? Why do you look like that? The Duke looked at the scenery under the window. He was rather absent-minded. The old crow said in his letter that you are quite interested in the virtuous king, am I not? Thales shook his head. The prince's words came to an abrupt halt. Wait. Thales realized something. His eyes widened abruptly. The old crow. The prince looked up abruptly and cried out involuntarily. You know him. Know him. Humph, Prince Thales. Cyril's laughter traveled along with the sound of the wind. When Merrill Hicks set off from Dragon-Kissed Land, passed through the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, entered Constellation, and traveled thousands of miles north to Axtet, who did you think sent troops to escort her through the desert? Thales was stunned. Merrill Hicks crossed the desert and went north to Axtet, but how did the Duke of Western Desert of Constellation and the old scholar from Anlenzo Dukedom know each other? Cyril seemed to have sensed his doubts. The Duke heaved a long sigh. There was a hint of nostalgia in his unpleasant voice. When I was young and mischievous, I once had a special scholar teacher from Dragon-Kissed Land. Thale's ears twitched. When he said this, the Duke shook his head and laughed. Then, my uncle discovered that his scholar qualification was fake. In his rage, he stripped Hicks naked and threw him into the great desert. Ah, what a nostalgic youth. Thales blinked and took a few seconds to sort out the cause and effect. That means, the guardian Duke of Western Desert and the old crow, Hicks. The surprise on Thales' face became even more obvious. Putre said that the old man had been the teacher of many important people. It seems that he really isn't bragging. You and I, Your Highness, we are connected in many ways that cannot be seen by others. The Duke of Western Desert's laughter grew louder until he turned away from the window. Cyril spoke in a seemingly casual manner. As for your question about who taught me to speak like this, and whether he specializes in teaching idiots, Duke Fakenhas slowly narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt his face stiffen. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Cyril's walking stick hit the floor loudly. I believe that Hicks has certainly taught idiots before. What do you think? The Duke narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Thales. There was a malicious look in his eyes that could not be concealed. Your Highness. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to have frozen. In the face of this question that he could not answer, after a long while, Thales tried his best to pull away the expression on his face, which looked as if he had just eaten a fly, and forced an awkward smile. Damn it. Under the Duke of Western Desert's vengeful gaze, Thales changed the topic with great difficulty. I think I know what you want to do. Thales raised his head. He was slowly getting used to the man's seemingly casual manner of speaking, but in fact, his words were sharp. You are powerless against Renaissance Palace, so you are counting on me, a new king, to change the kingdom from the throne. But against his expectations, Fakenhas shook his head again. First of all, it is not we, it is just me. Thales was slightly stunned. Second, change the kingdom. No, the Duke said in a low voice. With or without you, the kingdom has always been changing. Cyril circled the wall again and paced back and forth in a limp manner. His right hand would occasionally tap the furnishings in the room, as if he was reminiscing about something. To be precise, the entire world is changing. It is not just at this moment, not just 100 years ago, not just 600 years ago. The Duke of Western Desert's eyes shone with desire. From Black-Eyed John's forceful mobilization of the suzerains in the kingdom with the might of the king, to bloodline breaker Sumer II's promulgation of the Inheritance Act, Tormund IV's appointment as the Sunset Sun ritual master, and creditor Alan III's adoption of the king's tax law. Until virtuous King Mindys III's unprecedented reform, and poet Adi I's action of gathering the nobles to reside in Eternal Star City. The master of the Fakenhas family put down his right hand and turned around again to face Thales. His gaze was dark. Until today, your father's iron-fisted rule that almost incited public anger. The world is changing every minute and every second, and it is not just limited to the virtuous king's generation. Thales felt very uncomfortable under Cyril's gaze. He could not help but hug his arms tighter. From the second king of Constellation, Black-Eyed John to Kessel V. He suddenly realized that the span of history that Cyril mentioned far surpassed what Lampard mentioned in Dragon Cloud City's heroic spirit palace. Not just the virtuous king. Not just Kessel. Changing every minute and every second. These words sound very familiar. The prince sighed. You are probably really the old crow student. When Cyril heard this, he snorted softly. Hicks, he opened my eyes, my mind, and my heart. But his gaze immediately changed. But what about you? The heir of the kingdom, Prince Thales? Did you open them? Both of them were silent for a while. If I also open them, what do you want me to see? Thales's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Cyril did not smile. He only stared at Thales seriously. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. The national conference 6 years ago, Prince, Fictional said softly. Tell me, what did you see? 6 years ago. The national conference. Thales once again remembered the conference that decided his fate. He could not help but lower his arms. But the teenager did not read too much into it. He only answered briefly and carefully, my father won. Cyril snorted coldly. Yes, your father won. He triumphed, not only in a council, but in the whole kingdom, 18 years after he was crowned king in despair. Thales clenched his fists. But, as expected, the Duke of Western Desert changed the topic. His words became short and fast, and his tone fluctuated. The conspiracy was exposed, and the kingdom lost its backbone. The Northern Territory is at peace, but do you think that the Northlanders who share the same origin as Extet will be satisfied and at ease? The Northern Territory. Thales remembered Miranda Arund, who he was a prison mate with. The girls of Blade Edge Hill may rely on the royal power, but do not forget that it is Blade Edge Province, which has been famous for its frequent bandits since the Empire. The rebellion of the Bloody Year also started there. Blade Edge Hill. The blurry face of the Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, Lyanna Tabark, flashed in Thales's mind. And the Land of Cliffs has long since become restless. They are ready to make a move. You must know that Coaster Nanchester is not someone who is easy to deal with. The Land of Cliffs. An aggressive face with only one eye floated in front of Thales's eyes. As for Western Desert. Fictional paid attention to Thales's expression. A deep wariness appeared on his withered and ugly face. Look at what Blade Fang's camp has experienced over the past few days, Prince. Then tell me, what will Renaissance Palace gain from the suzerains of Western Desert under me? Will my nominal vassals tremble in fear before the legendary wing, or will they grit their teeth and hide their hatred? Thales could not help but take a deep breath when he remembered how arrogant and despotic Roman was when he faced almost everyone. Are you talking about my father's actions? It had been a long time since the prince seriously considered the Duke's words. Will they eventually bring about a mess that will be difficult to clean up? Even with his methods? Cyril shook his head. At that moment, the Duke of Western Desert lost his sense of humor, which was a rare sight. His attitude and tone were gloomy. When will you understand that the level of your father's methods has nothing to do with the results he will face if he insists on doing things his own way? And it's not just him. There are countless people who stand on the king's side, like the king's partisans, or those who stand against him, like Coaster. The growing conflict between them will bring about unforeseeable consequences. Thales gritted his teeth lightly. In his long-term impression, his father, Kessel V, always had the upper hand in the kingdom's political struggles and was the one who firmly suppressed his opponents. But what Fictional has said, does it really make sense? Cyril heaved a long sigh. He put down his inconvenient left foot and placed both hands on his walking stick. Perhaps the era of suzerains dominating an area and the kingdom's feudal vassals is slowly fading away. It is a trend and an inevitability. The Duke seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps this is Constellation's ferocious momentum. It never stops. And any actions that overestimate their own abilities and try to stop it are futile and foolish. But in the end, Fictional raised his head and stared at the prince, who was also deep in thought. But similarly, anyone who is impatient and wants to use the momentum of the general trend to add fuel to the fire, compress time, and speed up progress so that they can see the ending in their hearts as soon as possible is equally foolish. Impatient. Equally foolish. Thales did not speak. Cyril remained serious and solemn at that moment, perhaps because he listened to Thales' suggestion. There is no such thing as instant results in governing a country. Even a wise virtuous king has to be careful when he makes his move, and the results will be seen in 100 years. You cannot crudely, arbitrarily, impatiently, and short-sightedly decide the fate of thousands of people with the idea of accomplishing everything in one go. He sighed. Just like the Blade King Tormund II, the Eagle Claw Kessel III, and the Red King John II. Their biographies may seem to have great achievements in war, but in truth, the root of their troubles is buried deep. This will only make things worse. Fakenhas shut his mouth and sank into deep thought. He stood on the spot and let the cold wind blow against his leather robe. It may seem to have great achievements in war, but in truth, the root of their troubles is buried deep. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of King Nuvan. And Dragon Cloud City, which was deserted by its people and surrounded by enemies after the Born King passed away, and Heroic Spirit Palace, which had an unstable foundation and was in a precarious situation. And the pitiful girl who sat on the Archduchess' seat in fear and trepidation. She could not even put triumph on her thumb. Thales was silent for a long time before he snorted softly. "I'm afraid my father will not like hearing this." Cyril raised his gaze. "So, you do not have to mention it in front of him. Unless the day comes when you can mention it." Thales tried his best to ignore the hidden meaning in Cyril's words. He said, "But you also said that the momentum of the general trend never stops. Any action to stop it is futile and foolish. If all these are obstacles that must be overcome, what if it is a path that must be taken before reaching the summit?" After hearing this, Cyril was silent at first, then he sneered in response. "But..." The Duke picked up his walking stick again and limped closer to Thales. However, Thales felt that the Duke of Western Desert's terrifying face was no longer so difficult to accept. "Be careful with your words, Thales. I believe that the old crow has warned us before." Cyril Fakenhas' expression was solemn. "Do not let your arrogance, which comes from being at the top, destroy you, regardless of whether that arrogance comes from the contentment you feel when you sit on the throne or the frivolous conceit when you look down on the history books." Thales could not help but tense his body when he sensed the determination in Fakenhas' tone. "As for the obstacles that must be overcome and the path that must be taken before reaching the summit, you must know," in the cold wind, the guardian Duke of Western Desert's sharp gaze and shrill voice pressed down on Thales. "When dawn approaches, the darkness is especially terrifying. Before the storm leaves, the destruction will be intense." There were about 7 or 8 drafts of this chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 497. In the tower, Cyril snorted coldly. "I dare say that even the virtuous king, when he sees the suspicious and hostile state of Constellation today, it is difficult to say that he will not feel a little regret for the decision he made back then." This time, Thales listened quietly and did not speak. But he remembered the words he used to convince the 5 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace when he tried his best to turn the situation around. Constellation's current weakness and turmoil is not a coincidence, but an inevitable result of walking down this path. This is what the virtuous king left for Constellation. At that time, this was the argument he made with great confidence, racked his brains, and worked hard to pick out. It was only used to temporarily sway the archdukes. To be honest, even he did not quite believe it. But now, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. But Cyril, who had been observing him quietly, did not seem to think that it was enough. After clicking his tongue and shaking his head, he raised his voice and said the next sentence. "But do you know, we, the people who are on their last legs, may only be in the terrifying future when you overcome the obstacles and successfully reach the top." The Duke's tone was very soft, as if he was talking beside a demon's ear. "The most inconspicuous part." Thales suddenly raised his head. "What do you mean?" The terrifying Duke of Western Desert no longer looked at him. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. Do you think that after we, the feudal suzerains, the old nobles who dominated the places, the commoners who finally managed to get seats in the national conference and the new nobles who were used as weapons by you will be satisfied, and will retire with success? Cyril's gaze slowly became murderous. When you ascend to the throne, subdue the vassals, and gather power, where do you think the regular army, which the royal family has spent a lot of money to support to keep the vassals in check, will go? What is the way out for a mad dog like Immerse? What can an immoral woman like Sonia Cicere do for you? What can a shameless bastard like Williams, who stirred up trouble, do for you in and out of court? Share your worries. Thales took a deep breath. The three marshals of Constellation. He remembered the boorish kingdom's wrath, the steady fortress flower, and the annoying legendary wing. There were also countless regular soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress to Blade Fang's camp. They were mobilized frequently, and they had gradually become the norm in the kingdom. As for Cunning Fox, Casso, Moneybag, Kirkirk Man, Soldier, Reed, and even Old Man Godwin and Pointy-Faced Kenny, who are supposed to be loyal to you and take down the powerful nobles as their duty, after they succeed, what will they leave you, and what will they ask from you? The Duke's words became increasingly dangerous. Do you think that when the Jadestar family sits on the supreme throne and there are no longer any threats in the country, when countless lowly people have already followed the king's will and wiped away their natural fear of those with higher positions, then gathered into a torrent that defeats the old vassals and becomes the new generation of nobles to serve the supreme king? Cyril's voice was so sharp that it almost penetrated the door. To Thales, it sounded like a venomous snake hissing. So you can sit back and relax. Thales was silent for a long time. However, it was clear that His Excellency the Duke had no intention of letting him go. What's even more terrifying is, when he said this, Cyril's tone became a little strange, and he sounded like he was trying to scare Thales. When the merchants who relied on you to sell official positions and titles to become nobles find that their gold coins can no longer buy more glory, when the hired knights who earned their titles by developing the wastelands at the borders find that their swords can no longer be exchanged for glory like the 6 guardian dukes who founded the kingdom, at some point in time, Cyril started pacing again. This was something Thales only noticed when he heard the man's voice coming from the left. When the professional bureaucrats who worked hard to learn how to read and write can only get a meager salary while they toil on their desk, when the creditors in the royal bank find that the king no longer has the intention or ability to expand by confiscating assets from within the kingdom or expanding outwards so that he can give them special privileges, increase their debts, and increase their profits, when countless new nobles yearn for more power, status, and benefits, but they can no longer find a big target like us, no enemies for them to plunder, and no targets for them to demand. It was still the sarcastic and harsh words that were exclusive to the Duke, but Thales no longer felt that it was humorous. Thud. Cyril's walking stick hit the ground hard. The guardian Duke of Western Desert blocked the window. His back was against the light, and his wide but empty leather robe covered him like the shadow of a solar eclipse. Who do you think will be the new target for the nobles, who have lost their respect for those with high positions and are eager for power? Will it be upwards or downwards? Fakin has said coldly, who will be upwards, and who will be downwards? What will happen if we go upwards, and what will happen if we go downwards? Upwards. Downwards. Unknowingly, Thales' left hand had already gripped the JC dagger that was stabbed into the bedside table. Any change has a price. The teenager thought absent-mindedly. Some of the price might not be obvious at that time, but it was just like when Cyril talked about the chess game, after 100 steps. Then, Thales Jadestar. Could it be that after 100 steps? Let's not talk about this first. Thales was slightly stunned. This Cyril, he's not his usual self. At the very least, he's not like how he was during the national conference 6 years ago. If he wasn't putting on an act. Cyril turned around and gritted his teeth fiercely. If you hate your people, they will hate you even more. If you love your people, they will not necessarily love you back. A high-handed authority may bring about even more intense resistance, but benefits that benefit the people may not bring about true loyalty. Good intentions lead to bad things, and actions that go against one's wishes are even more common. Asterisk thud. Asterisk thud. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The Duke paced faster and faster. He tapped his walking stick against the ground repeatedly, and it released a dull sound that made people's hearts palpitate. At the end of the era of multiple kings, the first king to use messenger crows to replace courier messengers on a large scale brought about an unprecedented change to the world. But in the end, he died of the absurd crime of indulging in pleasures and abusing the people. More than 1,000 years ago, Emperor Bashir was benevolent. He reformed the old system in a bold and decisive manner. He wanted to provide protection to his people who had nowhere to live, but he died of depression amidst endless complaints and surging public sentiment. Thales frowned as he listened to these historical stories that sounded unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time. Are you saying that we are walking on a path that we cannot control, and that we might be heading towards unexpected consequences that go against our wishes? We can't change it with human strength, and we can't turn around to avoid it either. The Duke did not comment. So, Thales simply and mercilessly snorted in response. Then, what you said just now about the unstoppable momentum of the general trend, the worry and wariness you spoke of, aren't they all nonsense? But Cyril seemed to be angered. He first snorted angrily and slammed his walking stick against the ground. He stopped moving. No, what I'm talking about is, hoping to use simple and crude methods to obtain direct and effective results is often the opposite of what we should do. He stared straight at Thales. Even if the goal is correct and the direction is not wrong, if the method is wrong and the method is wrong, it is very likely that it will be in vain, or even self-defeating. This is the problem we are facing. It is a mistake made by your father and his enemies. The goal is correct and the direction is not wrong. The method is wrong and the method is wrong. Your father and his enemies. A mistake made together. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized Cyril's meaning. And his stance. Cyril said coldly, the powerful ancient empire guarded Thorn land with a large number of soldiers. The Duke of Thornbirds ruled the southwestern province, which was known for its rebellious spirit, with an iron fist. He killed them until they were submissive. It seemed to be a remarkable and effective political achievement, and the emperor was quite impressed. But the Duke's tone changed, and it became sinister and strange. However, when the moment of the empire's decline arrived, the people who raised the flag and rebelled were the strongest. In the end, they hung the heads of the provincial governor and the entire family of the Duke of Thornbirds on the flagpole, destroyed the army of the empire, and shattered the empire's territory. It was none other than these children of Thornbirds. As his mind became more and more agitated, Thales took a deep breath and leaned back against the wall. If I remember correctly, the Fakenhas who uses the four-eyed skull as their emblem, your clan's saying is power arises from violence. He said softly and waited for the Duke's response. Power arises from violence. The Duke of Western Desert froze for a moment. He was silent for a long time, until a gust of cold wind blew. Yes. The Duke said faintly. There was a rare complicated look in his eyes. But the people outside only know this saying. This is the worst saying. Cyril, whose face was so haggard that he did not look like a human, stared at Thales. Power arises from violence. The worst saying. So? Thales asked tentatively. But Cyril Fakenhas interrupted him rudely. He spoke coldly, and in his profound tone, he said a string of words that made Thales sit up straight. Power dominates interests. Interests lead to conflict. Conflict leads to violence. Violence leads to obedience. Obedience forms habits. Habits create order. Order affirms power. Thales was stunned. It was very strange. Fictional, who usually had a sharp, unpleasant, and hoarse voice, spoke in a cadence, as if there was some form of respect in his voice. This is the logic of a power arises from violence. It is a perfect cycle that cannot be broken. As for power and violence, which the outsiders love to talk about, they are just two small pieces of the puzzle. Cyril lowered his head and narrowed his eyes. He held onto his walking stick like a vulture perched beside a tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But too many people like to simplify and skip quite a lot of the steps in the middle. They think that by giving benefits, they can win obedience, and that resorting to violence can bring them power. This is the biggest problem. Especially those reformers who want to bring change to the world and change everything that people are used to. Power arises from violence. But, they are just two pieces of the puzzle. Fictional's words made Thales sink into deep thought. Cyril snorted coldly again. And do you know what we call the group of great people who wanted, were the most eager, were the most confident, and were the best at changing the world? Cyril's next words attracted Thales' attention. Wizard. The room was silent for a few seconds. Thales let go of the dagger in his hand. He could not help but raise his head. He tried to hide his surprise and met the Duke's gaze with a solemn expression, which also seemed to be burdened. And do you know what they brought to the world in the end? Cyril did not continue speaking. Just like that, the two of them faced each other quietly in the ominous room at the top of the tower. One of them had a terrifying gaze, and the other was very puzzled. But Thales quickly shook off the untimely question. Cyril. You are not here to help your vassals and speak up for them. Thales quickly returned to the current context. But you are also not here to stand on the king's side and show your sincerity to the kingdom's bloodline. Thales said straightforwardly, am I right? He used a definite sentence. The two of them were silent for a while again. Finally, a smile appeared on Fictional's face. It was not the fake smile that he habitually wore, but a cunning smile that was a little light. Even though it was a little horrifying on his face. I told you, don't treat me as a stubborn and old-fashioned antique. The Duke exhaled a long breath, as if he wanted to make a brief conclusion to this conversation. Fictional is not a conservative who does not understand the current situation. If the tide is like this and the general trend is like this, then I will not be stingy in making changes, and I will accept my fate without complaint or regret. I also believe that both order and habits can be changed. Under Thales' careful and serious gaze, Cyril's gaze moved. But this kind of change must be done step by step, bit by bit, drop by drop, and when the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, and it is only logical. And not like this. Cyril raised his cane and pointed outside the window. There is a change in the north, and the prince has returned. The Duke said coldly, therefore, one party took advantage of the situation and threatened the king with the life of the heir of the kingdom, forcing him to hand over the control of the western front lines. The other party simply feigned civility, and then used underhanded means to destroy the suzerains of the western desert's army, supplies, and stations. They beat them up and exterminated them. Thales listened to these two sentences that seemed to be said in a casual manner but were actually very shocking. His expression slowly changed. Didn't you notice? Compared to the petty actions of forcing the king to abdicate, framing, and creating momentum 6 years ago, the actions of both your father and the suzerains now are much more intense. And the irony is, do they really think that through this so-called victory? At that moment, Fictional was very serious. Can they get rid of their opponent's ambitions and hostility? Cyril waved his hand resolutely, and he looked rather imposing. No. This was one of the rare moments where Thales felt that as a duke, Cyril did not lose to the heroic and grand archdukes in Northland. They will only make things worse for each other until the final step, which is either now or in the future. Thales pursed his lips, and a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. But aren't you the leader of the suzerains in the West, the suzerain of the ruins who controls his vassals, and the guardian duke of Western Desert? The prince spoke slowly. When the game between Renaissance Palace and the ruins that revolves around me in power is placed on the chessboard, shouldn't you be responsible for it and not be able to contribute to it? Cyril smiled. That is why you are not the king yet. The duke cast Thales a sideways glance. Do you think that at every important point in history, a certain person's will dominates the tides? Cyril said coldly, you must know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged, and the people's will is high, you do not have much choice but to go with the flow while you stand in front of the tides. Thales' frown deepened. The duke said in a gloomy tone, unless you want to take the king's place and become the target of all who stop them from seizing back their hopes. If you don't become their leader, you will become their enemy, and you will be the first to fall when you are attacked from both inside and outside. Thales was silent for a long time. So, what Cyril said means, the teenager suddenly remembered the national conference a long time ago. It was the vote that decided whether he was an illegitimate child or a legitimate prince. At that time, Cyril voted yes, but his nominal vassals, 2 of the 13 distinguished families, voted no. Thales took a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back to the present, which had become worse as he thought about it. Is it that bad? Cyril was silent for a while as well. Do not forget what I said. People will always respond to their rulers in ways that are beyond their expectations, and they will catch you off guard. Unfortunately, the suzerains of Western Desert are also included in the description. Fictional turned his head around and glanced at him faintly. Of course, to your father, you and I are also included in the description. Thales did not answer when he heard Fictional's words. The duke turned his head around and looked at the gray sky outside the window again. There will be consequences when you draw the commoners to your side to fight against the nobles and do whatever it takes to restrain your power. The commoners are not chess pieces that you can manipulate, and the nobles are not sacrificial targets. There was an endless chill in his voice, like the bleak autumn wind. The suzerains of Western Desert are no different from courting death if they try to stop the general trend, but Renaissance Palace may not necessarily get the results they want. Both sides are eager for quick success, and this is a great taboo. Thales clenched his fists. Cyril looked at the sky of Western Desert. He seemed to be at a loss. Chapter 498. The prince and the duke were both silent for a while. So this is your goal today. Thales pulled out the dagger that was stuck at the head of the bed. He tossed it in the air and accurately grabbed the hilt of the dagger as the blade flipped. After going through countless fights, he had become increasingly skilled and simple in this manner. Cyril narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the prince's actions. Thales raised the tip of the blade and pondered for a while. You want me to join you and become the third person outside of the 2 camps. You want me to stop Constellation from moving faster and faster between the iron whip of the driver and the galloping hooves of the fierce horse. Third person. At that moment, it was as if the clouds in the sky blocked the sun, and the room darkened. The Duke of Western Desert pressed his hands on his walking stick again and again. The fierce horse will not submit to the iron whip, and the driver will not give up on whipping. His gaze was sharp. And the person in the carriage, no matter who it is, cannot sit and wait for it to fall apart. Thales flicked the blade between his fingers gently. So. Thales snorted and pointed the tip of the blade at the Duke in a very rude manner. All of this, including your inexplicable appearance, your threat with your sword, your alarmist talk, your earnest words, and your arrogance, was all for this moment. Thales stared at Cyril with the ghost of a smile on his face. Cyril stared at him for a while and snorted softly. Do you think I would pull a random 14-year-old brat off the street and tell him all this? Cyril said coldly, if I can't first confirm what kind of person you are, if you are just an incompetent coward who has high standards but no abilities, if you are just an impulsive brat who was raised by the Northland barbarians to have a brain full of muscles, if you are just a stupid idiot who thinks he knows the truth of the universe just because he has read a few history books, Thales raised his eyebrows. The Duke sized him up from the corner of his eyes and said in disdain, then you are not worth my words. The teenager was slightly stunned. Thales exhaled and stuffed the dagger back under his pillow. You know, if you want to win me over by praising me, you can actually use better words. The Duke of Western Desert opened his mouth, which seemed to be missing a piece of flesh, and laughed eerily, like a mummy opening its mouth. Don't worry, you won't be short of sweet words. The prince's return is a major event that will shake Constellation. Countless eyes will be focused on you. Cyril narrowed his eyes. But you have to be more careful and alert. The nobles and suzerains with power and influence will fight to be the first to find you. They will try to rope in the prince who has just returned to the kingdom and use all methods to make you stand on their side. A year ago, when you were still playing with snowmen in Dragon Cloud City, your father sent a secret letter asking us to mobilize the army to rescue his heir to the throne. Thales' heart froze slightly. A year ago. The prince's return to the kingdom. How long has this game of chess been set up? Cyril seemed to be in a daze as he continued. The suzerains of Western Desert, my vassals, thought that they had seized a rare opportunity. Hot-headed, they seized the chance to make things difficult for us and extort us. They wanted to take back Blade Fang's camp from the royal family's custody, and His Majesty readily agreed to it. When he said this, Duke Fakenhas's gaze froze. But one of my courtiers tried to dissuade me from sending troops. He thought that it was a trap with malicious intentions. Thales frowned. The Duke stared coldly at Blade Fang's camp beneath the window before he suddenly turned around. But Fakenhas still sent troops. Even though I knew that there was a problem. Do you know why? Thales quietly stared at him for a few seconds before he averted his gaze. You said it before. The prince looked elsewhere and spoke in a slightly mocking tone. When you face your vassals, you don't want to be the one who replaces the king and prevents the suzerains from regaining their power. You don't want to fall under a pincer attack. He mocked. Like now, aren't you being pushed out by them to regain their dignity? A third party. This time, Fakenhas stared at him for a long time. No. The Duke spoke slowly. Because, from the cold king to the zealous suzerains of Western Desert, I am the only one among the participants in this power struggle. The only one. Thales was a little stunned. When the legendary wing and my vassals had their eyes on Blade Fang's camp, no one cared about the serious matters in the desert, and no one cared about the heir of the kingdom who was supposed to be the main character. Cyril slowly became serious. I am the only one who believes in it. I believe that compared to the ownership of Blade Fang's camp, the noble's power, and His Majesty's success or failure, the Duke bent his back so much that his head was almost pressed against his cane. He cast a sidelong glance at Thales from afar, and his right hand, which was pressed against the cane, pointed at the second prince. To save you, to save Prince Thales Jade Star, and to return home safely. This is what everyone should really care about, the most important thing. Thales stared at Fakenhas blankly. His emotions were complicated. Cyril straightened his back, hiding his old and haggard appearance from just now. His gaze was very sharp, as if he could see through everything. "All right." Thales spoke laboriously. "You're not bad when it comes to pretty words," but the Duke spoke again and cut him off. "So, I stopped some suzerains from secretly leaking information to Axted and obstructing you from returning to your country." Cyril raised his voice. "You only," Cyril exhaled in relief. "I only asked Gertz to make sure that you entered the camp and then fled far away. I only asked the Fakenhas family skull guards to rotate out early so that they could stay far away from the center of the vortex and away from this trap. I let that bastard Williams complete his hunt." Thales could not help but ask. "Why? Before everything started, you clearly had the intelligence and ability to turn the situation around, but you watched the conflict between the royal family and Western Desert happen. You watched as your vassals suffered great losses." The Duke of Western Desert smiled. "Because this conflict was necessary, and it could only end like this." Cyril looked at Blade Fang's camp outside the window. He seemed to be deep in thought. The suzerains of Western Desert lost this round, lost their men and prestige, and were dejected. His Majesty won this round, protected Blade Fang's camp, and dealt a blow to his opponent. Both sides will just return to the previous situation. A thought appeared in Thales' mind, and he suddenly understood. As expected, Cyril turned his head around. "But imagine this. If I successfully interfered with His Majesty's game of chess, forced away the regular army of the royal family, prevented the suzerains from suffering losses, and even helped them regain control of the western front lines. What would happen to Western Desert next?" Thales sighed. The Duke continued. "Will my stupid vassals, after celebrating each other's victory, be satisfied and quit while they are ahead, or will they be even more aggressive? And would a person like your father accept reality and give up, or would he look at me in Western Desert in a different light?" Cyril's tone became very scary. "Go all out and return the favor 100-fold." The Duke sneered. "Then here comes the problem." Fakenhas' ugly face showed deep grooves. "Will the ruins become the next cold castle, or the next dragon cloud city? Sometimes, doing nothing is the best choice." Thales leaned against the wall weakly. The Duke's words were very soft, but they made him feel as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him. He had just returned from Northland. He was used to the Northland barbarian style of fighting, threatening, and drawing blood at the slightest disagreement, at least to the nobles. But after today, he suddenly understood a lot. Constellation carried out another set of rules of the game. Another, shackles of power. The prince's eyes became gloomy. "Now, is this enough to prove it?" Cyril said coldly. "I am neither the kind of nobleman you think I am, nor am I your father. Instead, I am the true third party in Constellation's Colosseum, a life and death arena." Third party. Thales shut his eyes tightly. The silence lasted for almost 30 seconds. Then, Cyril spoke slowly. Williams is probably coming back from his patrol. I don't want to run into him. Gotham can't beat him." Thales opened his eyes and watched the Duke bow slightly to him. It was a pleasant conversation. "You can continue with your lunch." Thales, who had complicated thoughts, sighed and returned the greeting. Thud, thud, thud. As his leather robe fluttered, the Duke of Western Desert turned around with a mysterious smile and walked towards the door. But Thales saw something. "Your Grace, you forgot your sword." The prince frowned and pointed at the ancient empire's sword with a beautiful arc against the wall. Sentinel. Thud. The Duke's walking stick paused on the floor. But against Thales' expectations, Cyril said something else. "No." The Duke of Western Desert turned around and said coldly, you are the one who forgot your sword. Thales was stunned. Cyril narrowed his eyes and pointed at the ancient empire's sword against the wall. From now on, Sentinel is yours. Thales was stunned. Hold on to it. Hold on to your sword. The guardian Duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakenhas of the Four-Eyed Skull family, said meaningfully, don't lose it. Once he finished speaking, the Duke turned around and stepped out of the room. His last words came from outside the room. Also, send my regards to the boy from the Cadis family, if he is not dead yet. Chapter 499. Thales stared incredulously at Fakenhas's back as he walked away. He listened to the sound of his walking stick getting softer and softer until it was barely audible. After a long while, the prince exhaled indignantly. Yodel, do you know that guy? Thales grabbed the sword of the ancient empire left behind by Cyril and digested the shock he just experienced. A faint voice traveled from the air behind him. Not familiar. Not familiar. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The youth felt the weight of Sentinel as he slowly pulled back the cold blade. Its hilt was so long that it could be held with both hands and used as a greatsword or even a spear. It was slightly lighter than Ricky's everlasting truth, but its center of gravity was perfectly balanced. It was a rare and good sword. But why? Just to show off to the outside world, the Duke of Western Desert gave the prince a treasured sword. Damn Fakenhas. Thales sighed and looked at the black gemstone at the center of the sword guard, which looked much more inconspicuous than everlasting truth. Do you believe what he said? Thales twirled the long sword in his hand and slowly familiarized himself with this new weapon. The masked protector's voice rose airily. What about you? Sentinel paused in the air. Thales took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword. Fakenhas. I always thought he was just an elite monster. Thales stared at Blade Fang's camp beneath the window. His gaze was unfocused. In the end, Thales said absent-mindedly, it's a boss. The room was silent for a moment. I don't understand. Thales placed the long sword on the table, shook his head, and snapped out of his daze. It's nothing. It's just a common saying I learned from Extet. But this time, Yodel replied very quickly. There's no such saying in the Northland. Thales froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Ah, you didn't follow me to the Northlands, but the youth suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. Yodel. Northland. Thales suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Yodel, when I was in the north. Thales stuttered a little. I met the Red Witch, Kalshan. There was no reply. Thales could only hear the sound of the wind outside the window. This made him extremely uneasy. She said she's yours, and she and the Black Prophet. Thales raised his head and looked at the empty space that he could not rely on. Is it true? There was still no answer. Thales exhaled softly. Yodel. The room was still quiet. Thales lowered his head in disappointment. He understood the other party's silent resistance. All right, that's it. Continue to ignore me. Thales sat back in his chair listlessly and brought the tray over again. Cold violence. He murmured. But this time, the masked protector's voice sounded with an unnatural tremble. My background is classified, but it's not glorious. I don't want to trouble you. Thales' hand, which was holding the grilled fish, stopped in midair. Has he always been like this? What did he say to Prince Herman in the past? When he thought of this name and remembered that Herman died in this place, Thales lost his appetite. Herman and Shadow Shield. What kind of connection do they have? As for Tang, who has been mentioned by countless people? Who is he? Thales' expression froze. He thought of something. The prince stood up, walked quickly to his luggage, and started rummaging through it. A few seconds later, he finally took out the expensive roll of paper. But the moment he opened it, Thales froze. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Yodel, how much do you know about my fourth uncle, Herman Jadestar? A few seconds later, a faint answer came from the air, as usual. I'm not familiar with him. Very good. Thales closed his eyes gently. I guess so, the prince said with a smile. The prince smiled and opened his eyes. In the next moment, Thales carefully and unhesitatingly opened the letter that held a special meaning to him. To my angry kitten, you did not write me a letter. 8 months and 21 days ago, after our precious meeting, which ended on bad terms. You might not understand. Perhaps you do not understand with what spirit I am writing this letter. As the conclusion of that argument. Yes, kitten, you have always been sharp and understanding. Your instincts are accurate, and you hit the nail on the head. But, my most precious friend and lover, you might not understand what you mean to me. You turned around and left. You were free, arrogant, and valiant. But you took away everything from me. In the past 8 months, no matter how urgent my official duties were, they became boring and cumbersome. No matter how exciting my life was, it became boring. My close friends, whom I met every day, became mediocre. Even the imported fine wine from Sarah Dukedom and Hobbes' talented manuscripts became tasteless. Do you know, my dear kitten, from a baby to an adult, from a prince to a viscount? No one has ever treated me like this. They treated Herman Jadestar like this. My father could not, my mother could not, Midier could not, Horace could not, Scholar the Ram and Mother Erin could not even my grandmother could. Simplicity, innocence, kindness, sincerity, and optimism. They took a lot of things from me. But they never took everything. Everything. They never dragged me out of the noble palace and the gorgeous mask, pushed me into the muddy abyss, and let me tear my heart out under the pouring rain and the cold moonlight. They only wanted to show the true heart in my chest that was full of scars. Because I did not allow it. Herman may not be known for his ability to fight. But believe me, in his heart, he is a warrior who has never surrendered to anyone. No one can make him bow down to me, compromise, and admit defeat. No one. Except for you, kitten. You. Only you. He loved her as a whole, more than he loved anything in the world. Then, he would naturally give up everything for her, risk universal condemnation, give up on the promise of a dignified marriage, give up on the Jadestar family name, give up on the status of a prince, give up on the royal family's property, give up on the right to inherit the throne, give up on his father's strict love. In comparison, my brother is a coward. It's me, kitten. It has always been me. I am the one who dragged you down. It's my pointless worries and dignity that have always been holding you back and hindering our future. Kitten, you have always been free and unfettered. You are proud, elegant, brave, and strong. You do not look back and do whatever it takes for your goal. As the so-called son of the king and the Jadestar descendant, I am lethargic, burdened, sensitive, fragile, and full of worries. Status, identity, age, difference, the words of the people outside, the dignity of the royal family, and the responsibilities of a prince. Excuses, everything is an excuse. I enjoy the joy of being with you and ask for your understanding, but I am the only excuse that I do not want to make sacrifices for myself. You are right, kitten. Perhaps the Herman Jadestar who is truly revealed under the sun after his chest is cut open, his skull is dug out, and his skin is torn open, is just a coward who has an undeserved reputation, is irresponsible, and does not dare to face his true self. Now, the information about the emergency in the desert and the unusual gathering of orcs and barren bone people is placed on my table. But I can't help but miss the time we spent together over the years. I miss your light footsteps, your moving voice, your meaningful poems, your innocent smile, your beautiful lips, and your clear eyes. I miss the way you walked in the forest and danced under the moon. I can quote the classics and argue eloquently in front of the most dangerous enemy, speak calmly and rationally in front of the most cunning and unscrupulous merchant, and act naturally in the most dangerous situation. But I can't. I can't maintain a strong and confident tone in the letter I wrote for you. At this moment, even the tip of my pen is trembling. My handwriting is as ugly as an orc's drawing. But I understand, kitten. You gave me the most precious chance to discover my true self. My world is only meaningful when it is related to you. But when I think about losing you because of a pointless argument that might not have been so pointless, I cannot help but feel as if my heart is being cut by a knife. You are like the rain from the heavens, washing away all my filth, cleansing my muddle-headedness, and watering all my madness. What will I become without you? No, I can no longer imagine it. So I understand, kitten. I love you. No conditions. Regardless of the cost. Without hesitation. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. Thales, who was reading the letter quietly, could not help but notice that the ink had melted between these few lines, as if it had been stained with. The words gradually became a little messy, but it still maintained a different kind of beauty. Tear stains. Thales was lost in thought for a few seconds before he continued reading. But perhaps you don't understand, but at the risk of angering you again, my kitten. Apart from you and me, in this dirty world, I still have one more thing to do. The last thing. I know that while we are together, I should not pollute your ears with my annoying mundane affairs. I also know that you are tired of me worrying about boring and meaningless government affairs. I also know that you have never been used to seeing me worry about everything. I'm sorry. But ever since you left, I have no one to talk to. I can't tell you how difficult the situation is now. Blood relatives, family, kingdom, politics, history, future, everything is intertwined. I can't get rid of it, I can't struggle free. I'm sorry, kitten. I love you. But I can't just walk away, at their most desperate moment. I want to beg you to forgive me, my kitten, my love, my heart's blood, my inborn sin, the source of my madness. Forgive me. Forgive me for walking into this bottomless whirlpool myself, even ignoring our future that has just begun to see the light of dawn. But just as you said, you love me not because of my body, not because of my poetry, and not because of my status. You love the light in the depths of my soul. Now, that light has suddenly flickered. It tells me what I should do. After we're done, my kitten, no matter how heavy the shackles the cruel reality places on our bodies, no matter how many obstacles our identities will leave behind for us, no matter what kind of answer our Father will give to our love, no matter what blessing or curse fate will bestow upon our union. None of that matters anymore. Anyway, in the history of our family, we have always been the ones who arrogantly offended the gods, and the gods have never protected us with mercy. I love you, kitten. Forever. Wait for me. Wait for me to settle everything in this suffocating whirlpool and pay off my debts. Wait for me. I love you, and I hope that you love him. HN Jadestar on the night of the 19th of January, at Blade Fang's camp. Fate is like a poem. How do you know the rhythm? P.S. I will have Roman deliver this letter. Ever since Tinnin, whom you are familiar with, unfortunately passed away. He has been my most reliable messenger. He knows the route to Half Tower, but he has a worrisome temper and is sometimes a little mischievous. Bookmarked for easier reading. Chapter 500. The yellow sand was still indistinct, and the rising sun was still hazy. Derek rode on his horse, and as the saddle rose and fell, he stared expressionlessly at the horizon that connected the dust and the clouds. It was gray and blurry. Just like always. A few seconds later, under his subordinate's respectful reminder, Derek turned his horse around and looked straight ahead. The door, that was blocked by more than 10 barricades, the hard sand that had been trampled flat, and behind it were layers upon layers of fortresses, guards who stood solemnly, and the double cross-shaped stars flag that fluttered in the air. Of course, there was also a flag that looked like it was shrouded in fog and starlight. The Stardust flag. Just like always. As expected, a group of camp guards walked forward with arrogance. They clashed with Derek's team. Both sides argued, roared, shoved, and crashed into each other. They were like two stallions that ate in the same stall. Derek did not care and let the situation develop. He only took out the water skin and his saddle bag. In Western Desert, the tongue would tell you faster than the eyes. The desert was not far away. When Derek swallowed his third mouthful of water, the captain of his personal guards pointed angrily at the flag behind him. The conflict reached its climax. The two sides who were glaring at each other could no longer suppress their emotions. They drew their swords, bows, and crossbows. Under his personal guard's orders, hundreds of cavaliers immediately spread out into battle formation. The camp guards behind the gates swarmed out, gritting their teeth as they tightly surrounded them. Derek even saw more than 10 mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows on the lookout tower. They were aiming at them. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. Just like always. Derek, who was still riding on his horse, snorted softly. He raised his water skin again and swallowed his fourth mouthful of water in an elegant and free manner. Then, of course, at the last moment, Frank, the running horse, appeared at the door at the right time. He sternly stopped the soldiers of the regular army under him. Then, he politely and respectfully came before Derek and asked him to forgive the royal family's regular army for being vigilant during a special period. He made it sound like they really had a normal period. Then, Frank, who looked much older compared to 11 years ago, represented the Baron of Blade Fangs to welcome them happily and warmly. He also apologized sincerely for the Baron being busy and not coming to welcome them. Just like always. Therefore, their team stepped into the camp under disdainful and hostile gazes. They walked onto the main road and welcomed the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Derek, on the other hand, cast away the lethargy and fatigue from the journey. He straightened his back and tightened his shoulders. He allowed his beloved horse, Army Knife, to move forward in a leisurely manner without losing its elegance. It moved forward calmly, but it was not lacking in vigilance. His personal guards on both sides rode on their horses and dutifully swung their whips to clear the path. Their formation was neat, and they looked mighty. The noisy campsite fell silent. Puzzled and surprised, the people on the street first stared at them blankly for about 5 seconds. Then, the first batch of people widened their eyes and trembled. They covered their mouths with both hands and let out suppressed cries. They shouted and pointed at the flag behind Derek, telling those who did not manage to react what the flag represented. In the face of all sorts of gazes, Derek tightened his muscles, be it his back, arms, or face. Just like always. About 3 seconds later, the crowd was in an uproar. Amid the deafening commotion that could be compared to a siege, the captain of Derek's personal guards lifted the reins and moved forward in a familiar manner. His expression was fierce, and he swung his specially made whip in a beautiful circle in the air, releasing a warning crack. "Make way!" The captain's voice echoed in the fortress for more than a second. Then, the crowd that filled the street and blocked the procession dispersed in a chaotic situation. Among them, there were hurried footsteps, anxious cries from those who were dragged and knocked over, complaints from merchants whose goods were scattered, and vicious curses from those who were unlucky enough to have their belongings stolen during the chaos. In the end, only the figures on both sides of the street and at the entrances of alleys were left. Most of the people tried their best to squeeze their bodies closer to the corners. At the same time, they put on respectful and curious gazes. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance at Derek's group, and quite a number of them were focused on Derek. Just like always. He had accumulated his might for hundreds of years, and he had been influenced by what he saw and heard. At least in this land, there were very few people who dared to go against the flag behind Derek. Very few. But, it was not that there were none. Derek swept his gaze over the street that was filled with dust and filth. He retracted his gaze from the two sneaky and unkempt ruffians. Before he could react, his personal guards who were patrolling the road ahead of him came forward and whipped the two ruffians, causing them to cry and wail as they crawled away from the empty street. They will do everything they can to make you stand on their side and turn you into the vanguard to fight against Renaissance Palace. Before you accept their kindness, please remember that they are only against your father. They are not truly loyal to you. A few seconds later, Thales suppressed his unnecessary thoughts and nodded politely and amicably. "Thank you. You have thought about this very thoroughly." Derek also nodded respectfully. He smiled again. "Thank you for your understanding." But the Count's words changed. "I heard that Sir Cyril has already met you." "Cyril Fechin has." When Thales heard this name, he could not help but twitch his eyebrows. "Yes. Yesterday, he came to visit me." Derek stared at him for a while before he smiled and said, "Oh, I understand how you feel." Understand. When he recalled his conversation with the Duke of Western Desert, Thales snorted in his heart. Really? But Derek seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The young Count of Wingfort chuckled softly. "A long time ago, after I spoke to the Duke for the first time, I spent a whole month to understand what he said to me during that hour of teasing and scolding." Derek's smile was a little resigned. "And this does not include the rhetoric and metaphors that come out of his mouth at will." Rhetoric and metaphors. Thales remembered something, and he could not help but hum in acknowledgement. He looked at Derek, who was in front of him, with empathy. "Is that so?" Thales chuckled dryly. "Then you know him quite well." But Derek's reaction was out of his expectations. "No, Your Highness." This time, Count Chroma's reply was quick, but it was half teasing and half serious. "I have never understood the Duke." The master of the single-winged crow, the young Count of Wingfort, narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. Not at all. In a dilapidated and remote house in Blade Fang's camp, a figure holding a walking stick and wearing a thick leather robe slowly walked into the room. "I did not ask Gotham to save you and give you a place to hide so that you can drink all the wine in my storage." In the dark house, a man sitting in front of a table turned his head around slowly and snorted softly. He did not seem to mind. The man was wrapped in thick bandages from his shoulders to his limbs. He let out an unpleasant laugh. "Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, Savior." He looked at the guest and raised a wine bottle high in a drunken manner. "Fortunately, I still have one bottle left. Look, this is the one." In the next second, the man let go. With a loud crack, the wine bottle shattered on the ground, and wine spilled everywhere. The guest watched as the wine splashed on his boots and leather robe. He could not help but frown. Oh, oh. The man wrapped in bandages spread his hands and smiled maliciously. Now, the last bottle is gone. The guest was silent for a while in the darkness. He did not sit down, but only said airily, "Tomorrow, mix in with our convoy and leave the camp. Go back by yourself." The man's body froze. Go back. He snapped out of his daze, and his unfocused gaze became clearer. What about the mission? What about that brat? The guest snorted softly. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was dry and unpleasant. I went to take a look. He is being protected. Impossible. The man paused for a while. Impossible. He repeated in a murmur. His drunkenness gradually faded, and the expression on his face slowly became ferocious. That damn brat, the man slammed the table. He stood up, gritted his teeth, and said to the guest, "No, no, no. It's impossible for you, but I can. Give me a route and a sentry. I can sneak up in the middle of the night," but the guest rejected him mercilessly. "No, you can't." The guest looked at the bandages on the man's body and gestured with his chin. "You were beaten up badly." The man shook his head impatiently. He snorted and waved his hand. "It's just a small injury. Trust me, you should go and see the other guy. He's in a much worse state than I am." The guest in the darkness did not speak. He only carefully sized up the bandaged man. "I want to believe you." The guest pressed his hands on his walking stick. His gaze was cold, and his tone was profound. "Can I?" These words made the man pause again. The man's gaze pierced through the bandages, and he stared at the guest for a while. A few seconds later, the man exhaled and sat down heavily. "Don't worry, no one will suspect you." The man seemed to have figured something out and said angrily, "You're right." He said angrily, "The Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City, and that brat who thinks he's smart, they all think that I work for the king. I mean, our king." The man rubbed his head desperately. He hissed softly, as if he had a headache. The guest rubbed the back of his hand and snorted softly. "But this is also the truth, isn't it?" The man exhaled heavily. He raised a finger and looked at the guest with a displeased gaze. "Hey! You only wanted that brat to stay in Northland. You didn't say that he had to stay in Dragon Cloud City." The guest stared at the man's finger. He was not upset or angry, but his tone became colder. "You went to King Chapman, which made things complicated." The man seemed to want to argue, but his displeasure quickly weakened when he met the cold gaze of the guest. The man leaned back against the table and waved his bandaged hand in the air. "What else can I do?" Every word he uttered seemed to contain suppressed anger. "That old witch from the secret room has been suspicious of me since a few years ago. Do you know how many people she sent to deal with me after King Nuvan died? And the Secret Intelligence Department, if the prince falls into the hands of Dragon Cloud City, they will only force me to go back and save him again." The man snorted coldly. "Of course." The man rubbed his hands and looked around in disdain. "I have my ways. Have you forgotten my nickname?" But the guest's next words made him frown. "No, you can't." His tone was heavy, and his meaning was cold. "I can't." The man was a little puzzled. But soon, he felt that the headache just now was getting worse. He realized something. In the next second, the man's body swayed. He supported himself on the table behind him with both hands. A wave of numbness and dizziness hit him. He could no longer maintain his trembling arms, and he fell on the chair with a thud. The man raised his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the indifferent guest in front of him, and then at the broken wine bottle on the floor. Wine, you know, there's a reason why I stored these wines here, the guest said faintly. But you just had to say that. The man breathed desperately, but he felt the strength and senses in his body disappear bit by bit. Impossible. I've tested those wines. Tested? The man widened his eyes and stared at the guest in front of him. As for your nickname, old friend, do you know? The guest rubbed his cane and turned around indifferently. He allowed the man's eyes to lose their luster, and he fell to the floor. I don't like crows. The guest stared at the man who was no longer struggling. His eyes were cold.